Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2021 Taiwan-US-Japan Trilateral Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. The opening ceremony will begin in about 5 minutes. So may I invite all of you to take your seats and make sure your cell phone are on vibration or silence mode. Thank you. On the other hand, for COVID-19 prevention, please keep your face mask on during the event. Thank you for your understanding. And on the other hand, just a general reminder, it's our great honor to have Her Excellency Madam President Tsai Ing-wen to attend and open for our forum today. So I would like to invite all of you to welcome Her Excellency with a big round of applause when she arrives. Thank you. Dear honored guests, once again, welcome all of you for joining us today. And the opening ceremony will begin in about 2 minutes. So please have your seat and make sure your cell phone are on vibration or silence mode. Thank you. And also, it's our great honor to have Her Excellency Madam President Tsai Ing-wen to attend our forum today. So later, let's invite and welcome Her Excellency with a big round of applause when she arrives. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now Her Excellency Madam President Tsai Ing-wen has arrived. Now please welcome Her Excellency with big round of applause. And she's accompanied by Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Dr. Chen Tangshan, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Joseph Wu, and Secretary General of National Security Council, Mr. Gu Lixiong. Thanks for participating in this event with us. Please be seated. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to 2021 Taiwan-US-Japan Trilateral Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. My name is Wendy, and I'm your MC for today. With the theme of the year, Mapping the Democratic Agenda for the Next Generation, the forum today is co-hosted by Center for New American Security, the Japan Institute of International Affairs, and the Prospect Foundation. At the beginning of this event, now let's welcome Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Dr. Chen Tangshan, to deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome.好，我们掌声谢谢，有请远景基金会的陈唐山董事长来为我们致辞。
Her Excellency President Tsai, Honorable Secretary General Gu of National Security Council, Honorable Foreign Minister Wu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in Taipei and online, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to 2021 Taiwan-US-Japan Trilateral Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. On behalf of the Prospect Foundation, I thank you all for joining us today for this very timely and meaningful event. I would also like to express my deepest appreciation to our co-hosts, the Center for New American Security and the Japan Institute of International Affairs. As much as the tremendous help from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan, your contributions ensure that this conference will be a successful one. It is truly our great privilege to have Honorable Shinzo Abe of Japan and other highly esteemed speakers joining us virtually or physically today. Your participation guarantees the success of this event. Peace and prosperity based on the liberal international order are a shared interest of all countries in the Indo-Pacific region. The United States and its democratic allies, including Taiwan and Japan, have striven for decades to uphold stability. Yet, it is also a known fact that China is now relentlessly challenging the rules-based international order. China's unilateral attempt to change the status quo is inconsistent with the shared values and the mutual interests of the Indo-Pacific region. It is therefore very, very important for like-minded countries to show up deterrence against China collectively so as to lower tensions across the Taiwan Strait and to ensure peace and stability within the region. So enhancing support for Taiwan among like-minded countries to expand Taiwan's meaningful participation within the international community not only benefits the Indo-Pacific region, but also helps strengthen global cooperation on many key issues, such as forging a trustworthy and resilient democratic supply chain, and facing the challenges to democratic governance in digital era will be more effectively. So having endured China's aggressive coercion, disruptive sharp power practices, and the COVID-19 pandemic in the past couple of years, all three like-minded democracies are gathering here today to discuss the challenges and the prospects of the Indo-Pacific region into 2022 and beyond. And we must bear in mind that it is always through working collectively that we are capable of mapping a more ideal democratic agendas for future generations. So I look forward to your wisdom and input during today's discussions. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for joining this event, and I wish today's meeting every success. Again, thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks to Dr. Chen Tangshan. Please have your seat. Okay, and thanks for the valuable opening remarks for us. Thank you. Please have a seat. And we look forward to more cooperation between Taiwan, US, and Japan. Okay. Thank you once again for Dr. Chen Tangshan for the opening remarks. And afterwards, it's also our privilege to have Her Excellency, Madam President Tsai Ing-wen, to address for the opening ceremony. Now, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency, Madam President Tsai. 我们欢迎蔡英文总统来为我们致辞。
Mr. Mark Chen-Tan-San, Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Mr. Joseph Wu, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Shinzo Abe, former Prime Minister of Japan, and Mr. Scott Busby, U.S. State Department Deputy Assistant Secretary, Dr. Lai Yizhong, President of Prospect Foundation, distinguished guests from the diplomatic community, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all joining us virtually and in person for this year's Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Prospect Foundation, the Center for a New American Security, and the Japan Institute of International Affairs for organizing this important event. My special thanks to former Prime Minister Abe and Deputy Assistant Secretary Busby for your participation today. Thank you for taking the time to join us and for continuously voicing your support for Taiwan's security and democracy. I look forward to listening to your talks today. Today is the third time I'm delivering the opening remarks for this dialogue. Last year at this dialogue, I described 2020 as one of the most challenging years in our history. But at the same time, it was also defined by courage, warmth, and friendship. This year, as we gather here again, we are still facing many similar challenges. This year, however, can also be defined by ever greater cooperation between Taiwan and like-minded democracies around the world. As Taiwan assisted the international community with materials and equipment essential to slowing down the spread of COVID-19, the United States, Japan came to Taiwan's aid with donations of 8.2 million vaccines at the most critical times. Our democratic friends from Europe, such as the Czech Republic, Poland, Slovakia, and Lithuania, soon followed suit with their own donations. For that, I want to again express my gratitude. Furthermore, in the past few months, Taiwan welcomed delegations from the European Parliament, France, Slovakia, and the Baltic states. These delegations came to Taiwan not only for discussions on further collaboration between our countries, they were also here to demonstrate solidarity with their democratic partner. As one of the parliamentarians from the Lithuania said during the Open Parliament Forum last week, we are small, but we are strong. And when we join hands, we're even stronger. And last month, we witnessed the establishment of Taiwan's representative office in Lithuania. Last week, Taiwanese government representatives and members of the civil society also participated in a summit for democracy hosted by the United States. Our representatives, Ambassador Bi-khim Hsiao and Digital Minister Audrey Tang, share Taiwan's story of resilience and achieving democracy. Minister Tang also presented Taiwan's experience in combating the COVID-19 pandemic by utilizing digital technology while safeguarding our democratic institutions and values. They also related Taiwan's commitment to fight corruption, defend against authoritarian intrusion, and promote respect for human rights in our region and around the world. Our message to the world is clear. No amount of external pressure can shake our efforts and commitment to freedom, human rights, and rule of law, and particularly partnering with an international democratic community. We will continue to work with our partners to maintain a secure, peaceful, free, and open Indo-Pacific. As the world deals with the third and fourth waves of COVID-19 infections, and most recently the emergence and spread of the Omicron variant, our work on global economic recovery and restructuring secure global supply chains has become even more pressing and important. And Taiwan is ready and capable to play a critical role in facilitating and assisting with this grand endeavor. With a close relationship between Taiwan, the United States, and Japan, the deepening of economic partnerships should also be our priority. We plan to work with the US, Japan, and other like-minded partners with shared strategic interests to revamp supply chains and produce high-tech products to help regional and global economic recovery. With the resumption of TIFA talks in June and the conclusion of the second annual Taiwan-US Economic Prosperity Partnership Dialogue last week, the US Secretary of Commerce and Taiwan's Minister of Economic Affairs also jointly announced the Technology Trade and Investment Collaboration Framework, aimed at developing commercial programs and exploring concrete actions to strengthen critical supply chains. In addition, in September, Taiwan applied to join the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. that is CPTPP. We are grateful for Japan and former Prime Minister Abe's support and endorsement in this effort. Taiwan's bid to join this trade mechanism with high standards is a demonstration of our determination to be incorporated in the regional economic network. It is also our hope that our membership can serve as the start of a more significant contribution to regional economic development and revitalization. Moreover, as Asia's hub of technology, and with the versatility and flexibility of Taiwan's economy, Taiwan can play a crucial role in key areas like digital economy, supply chain resiliency, 5G network security, quality infrastructure, and clean energy. The last 2 years have been difficult for all countries, and all these challenges persist as we continue discovering new variants of the coronavirus while racing to vaccinate our population. Authoritarian regimes' intrusion to our way of life and institutions has intensified. But this trend has also served as an important wake-up call for democracies. Although extraordinary challenges remain and will probably stay with us for quite a while, democracies have also been working together to safeguard the values and institutions that we treasure. Our alliances are also being rekindled to serve the interests of the international community. I want to conclude my talk by saying Taiwan may be small in terms of territory, but it has proven that Taiwan matters to the region and the world. Taiwan has persevered in the face of existential threats and become an indispensable part of the Indo-Pacific. Our commitment to democracy has never been stronger, and we will not bend to pressure. As Taiwan continues to accumulate support from like-minded partners, we will also not shy away from challenges and want to be regarded as part of the solution for the international community. Lastly, I wish today's dialogue great success. I also hope all the participants use this event to discuss and strategize on important issues that are pressing to our citizens' well-being and our country's future. Have a wonderful holiday season, and I very much look forward to welcoming Prime Minister Abe and Deputy Assistant Secretary Busby to Taiwan in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Your Excellency, Madam President Tsai. Please have a seat. 我们非常感谢蔡英文总统为我们的致辞，请入席。Okay, and next, it's our great honor to have former Prime Minister of Japan, His Excellency Shinzo Abe. But before we bring him to you, I would like to invite President of the Prospect Foundation, Dr. Lai Yizhong, to introduce the keynote speaker first. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Lai.
Distinguished guests, I think the next speaker, former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo of Japan, needs no introductions. We do not see any better visionaries as well as this leader of strong conviction and compassion in Abe Shinzo himself. Former Prime Minister of Japan, Abe Shinzo, he's visionary because the Indo-Pacific strategy we talk about today is actually visioned and advocated by him back in year 2026, what Abe Shinzo was the first time served as a prime minister. And he's the leader of conviction, strong conviction, because what he believed that Japan can become. And also, he's a leader of compassion, because what he believed that Taiwan can become. During the time that Taiwan was, our voice was ignored, we've been neglected, disparate. Prime Minister Abe always never hesitate to lend his hand to encourage us and also to give us a warm welcome. So that let me present to you the former Prime Minister of Japan, Abe Shinzo, and let's hear what he wanted to say. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I must begin by thanking Dr. Chen, Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, for having me today. March 23rd, 1996. Someone I have respected so much, the late Honorable President Lee Tong-hui, was elected for the first time in the Taiwanese history by popular vote as President of Taiwan. That was the moment when democracy began to take root in the nation. I hereby pray that Dr. Lee shall rest in eternal peace. I also pay tribute to the people in Taiwan because this year it is the 25th anniversary of your achievement. I'm glad that Taiwan, as a democratic entity, has taken part in the Leaders' Summit for Democracy. It was timely and well-deserved. My hearty congratulations to all the people in Taiwan. As President Biden says, democracy doesn't happen by accident. We have to defend it, fight for it, strengthen it, and renew it. And on that account, few nations embody that reality better than Taiwan. Now, what are the agendas to make democracy more robust for the future generations? First, Taiwan, the United States, and Japan have one common, important agenda. That is to never ever lose our faith in freedoms, in human rights, in the rule of law, and in democracy for our children and their children to do the same, to cherish democracy. Here, Taiwan must be a leader because you deserve that. Rise up, Taiwan. I would like to say to spread faith across the globe in democracy. It is even more important for Taiwan to do so now, when in Hong Kong, democracy has little space to prosper. Second, why shall we lose no faith in democracy? Democracy may be messy. Democracy consumes time. A study shows that in 2016, as Prime Minister, to answer questions from my fellow members of the Parliament, I spent a total of about 370 hours tied to a chair, not so comfortable, on the floor of the Parliament. Democracy, therefore, also hurts. It is not good for your health. David Cameron, on the other hand, in that same year, did so only for about 50 hours. I envied him. Still, however, Messi, democracy is forever young. If the administration gets too rusty, you can change it, and your democracy gets renewed. Where there's no consent of the voters, there's no government. The power of democracy comes from within, neither from without, nor from the above. That is why, in the long run, democracy is strong. Third, when there is a threat over Taiwan and its democracy, it is a dire challenge to all of us, especially to Japan. With that in mind, I have enhanced Japan's national security. The United States military and Japanese self-defense forces have been close all the time. Now, the relationship is even closer. It is Japanese self-defense forces that provide security cover to US military assets in and around the country every day. Lest we forget, weakness invites provocations. The three of us must stop no effort in building our capabilities in all domains, from the undersea, sea surface, airspace, to the cyber and outer space. To that end, let us consider new ways of sharing our knowledge and technologies even more effectively. Here's another point. An adventure in military affairs, if pursued by such a huge economy like China's, could be suicidal, to say the least. We must urge them not to pursue territorial expansion and refrain from provoking, often bullying, their neighbors, because it should harm their own interests. And yet again, we must have more partners to work with to make our voice heard with more strength. With that in mind, I worked hard, first to reinvest into the alliance with the US, second to widen our boundary from Asia-Pacific to Indo-Pacific, and third, to launch the Quad process. Japan, on my watch, chose to hoist high a banner for freedoms, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Not only India and Australia, countries such as France and the UK, and even more freedom-loving nations are gathering around that banner. Jointly, Australia and Japan brought TPP into place. It is a group of economies that hold a rules-based order very much dear. That is why the UK does qualify as a member, and so does Taiwan, without doubt. Finally, the United States, Japan, and other like-minded countries should work hard to bring Taiwan to international organizations of universal relevance. WHO comes on top of the list. there are many others. That is one important way for us to sow seeds of hope for the next generations of the Taiwanese. A prouder Taiwan will become a stronger guardian of our common values, and it will be in the best interest of Japan, the United States, and indeed the entire world. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Your Excellency Shinzo Abe. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, due to her tight schedule, Madam President will have to leave for next agenda. So now, please join me once again to express our thanks to Her Excellency Madam President Tsai Ing-wen for participating this morning with another round of applause. 我们再次用热烈掌声恭送小英总统，谢谢总统今天早上的莅临。Okay, dear distinguished guests, afterwards we'll proceed to the keynote speech session. And it's also our privilege to have the Honorable Mr. Scott Busby, Acting Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor, U.S. Department of the State. But before we having him, I would like to welcome Dr. Lai Yizhong once again to introduce the keynote speaker. Please welcome Dr. Lai once again. 掌声有请。
So thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for being here again. That I think the next speaker also, at least to many Taiwanese, needs no further introductions. Dr. Scott Busby, the Acting Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of the States for the Bureau of the Democracy, Human Rights and Labor. Dr. Busby actually has been in Taiwan for some time, and stable participants in the GCTF, as well as the issue on the disinformation, in which he chaired and also he lead the effort in the joint Taiwan-US cooperation for the disinformation campaign. And I think my good friend, Katie Chen, from the Vice President of the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy, know this better. And Mr. Scott Busby, I'm sorry, that in addition to being the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, he was also the Director for Human Rights in the National Security Council of the White House. Also has been the Director of the Multilateral and Humanitarian Affairs in the National Security Council as well, on different time zones. So without further ado, let me welcome Mr. Scott Busby for his speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chung, for that nice introduction. It's an honor to join you this evening from Washington, D.C., where, as you know, it's 13 hours behind your time in Taipei. It's dinner time here. So as I conclude my day, you are just starting what promises to be a day full of productive discussions on how to map the democratic agenda for the next generation. Let me begin by offering thanks to the American Institute in Taiwan for facilitating my participation today. I would also like to thank Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs as host of today's event, as well as the co-hosts, the Center for a New American Security of the United States, the Japan Institute of International Affairs in Tokyo, and of course, the Prospect Foundation of Taiwan. I'd first like to note what a wonderful story Taiwan's journey to democracy is to share with the world. The last time I was in Taipei, I was fortunate enough to visit your new National Human Rights Museum, which powerfully documents the dark days of Taiwan's life under authoritarian rule. It is remarkable how far Taiwan has come in less than 30 years from that time, showing the world how to build and sustain a rights-respecting democratic society. It shows that democracy can thrive in Asia, despite some who claim to the contrary. In healthcare, digital literacy, and overall prosperity, Taiwan has become a global leader from which we all can learn. The United States will continue to highlight Taiwan as such, including through the U.S.-Taiwan consultations on democratic governance in the Indo-Pacific region, the third meeting of which we held last month, as well as the ongoing Summit for Democracy process. It is fitting that we meet on the heels of President Biden's Summit for Democracy, which was held virtually last week. President Biden hosted the summit to reinforce our commitment to placing democracy and human rights at the center of U.S. foreign policy. These values are a critical source of our strength and a key advantage of the United States and our closest partners on the global stage, including Taiwan. The Summit for Democracy reflects President Biden's deeply held belief that in order to tackle the world's most pressing challenges, democratic societies must come together, learn together, stand together, and act together. The U.S. government views the summit process as an opportunity to engage, listen, and speak honestly about the challenges facing democracy in the United States and abroad. It provides an opportunity for governments, civil society, and the private sector to work together on meaningful new commitments and initiatives to advance democracy and to cooperatively build a foundation for democratic renewal globally. The first summit will be followed by a year of action during which countries will work to realize the commitments they just made in conjunction with the first summit. President Biden will host a second Summit for Democracy in approximately 1 year to review progress and discuss next steps. The Biden-Harris administration has made clear that renewing democracy begins by working diligently and transparently to strengthen its foundations at home. Demonstrating that democracy can deliver to improve people's lives and address the greatest challenges of our time is at the heart of President Biden's Build Back Better agenda, from his historic effort to prioritize equity across the U.S. federal government to the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law, which was enacted earlier this fall. We all understand that the journey towards perfecting our democratic societies is never ending. No society is ever perfect. We aspire to be accountable and to encourage our people through our democracy to reach their highest potential. We are also committed to proactive and robust engagement with civil society as a vital component of a strong democracy for future generations. We believe the diverse views, ideas, and contributions of civil society are critical to helping resolve socioeconomic challenges, and that we must stand with those who are unfairly persecuted and imprisoned for simply voicing their peaceful opposition to authoritarian governments. Democracy takes work, and it must be inclusive. Our own history has been a journey to try to perfect our union, to honor our historical milestones, as well as to recognize that for some Americans, the journey towards justice and equal treatment has been longer than for others. This includes women and girls. We can't advance our societies without welcoming the immense talents and contributions of women and girls who comprise more than 51% of the world's population. Similarly, we must welcome the talents of marginalized people, including people living with disabilities, members of ethnic and religious minority groups, members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning, and intersex communities, to genuinely expand the promise of democracy to all citizens. By doing so, we can together tackle our common challenges, whether it is climate change, clean energy, cybersecurity, human trafficking, transnational criminal organizations, or other challenges. At the summit last week, the United States also placed emphasis on bolstering independent media, particularly through support to something called the New International Fund for Public Interest Media. We also emphasized our commitment to civil society through long-standing US-supported initiatives like the Lifeline Civil Society Assistance Fund. We believe it's critical to partner with other democratic societies on these issues, and we are very appreciative of Taiwan's efforts to work with us to support freedom and democracy around the world. The summit also highlighted that we must work together to address the opportunities and challenges of the digital age. It is more urgent than ever to align the development and governance of data and technology with respect for human rights and democratic principles. Investment in digital technologies and protection of these technologies from misuse are vital to every country's national security and economic interests across all sectors and geographies. Our collective task must be to agree on the values-based principles and actions necessary to build digital democracies and to galvanize investments in and protect technologies that are not only designed and deployed with respect for human rights, but affirmatively make democracies work better. We must also prevent emerging technologies from falling into the hands of those who would misuse them to commit human rights abuses, threaten democracy, or foster instability. As I mentioned earlier, Taiwan is a leader in this area, and we all have much to learn from you on this. As Taiwan's own experience demonstrates, societies that respect and defend democratic institutions, the rule of law, human rights and fundamental freedoms, and gender equality are more stable, prosperous, and secure, and are better equipped to confront global challenges. Another of our key summit messages is that the United States values its partnerships around the world, and the Indo-Pacific region has been of historically great strategic importance to our country. Secretary Blinken will reiterate this message in just a few hours in a speech from Jakarta, Indonesia, and I would recommend you all listen to that speech. Now, as we enter in this period in the 21st century, when democracy is challenged around the world, including in the United States, we must stand with our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific region to reaffirm our commitment to the international rules-based order and to promote our shared values of peace and respect for human rights and international law. These are strong foundations for our cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. Like Taiwan, the countries in this region respect the rule of law and democratic values, and the United States intends to seek continued close cooperation to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific. The United States is committed to addressing several issues of central concern in the Indo-Pacific region, including democratic backsliding, transparency, accountability, media and internet freedom, as well as human rights. There have been increasingly dangerous trends of disinformation and aggressive, destabilizing behavior from foreign actors, which undermines democracies. We all can learn from Taiwan's success in creatively confronting these threats. We share Taiwan's aspirations for a free Indo-Pacific region. As Vice President Kamala Harris said during her visit to Singapore in August this year, the region includes some of our closest allies and strongest partners. In 2019, we conducted nearly $2 trillion of two-way trade with the region, underscoring our shared vital national security interest in maintaining freedom of navigation there. These are some hallmarks of America's connection to the Indo-Pacific, where, as Vice President Harris observed, we have long put forward a vision of peace and stability, freedom of the seas, unimpeded lawful commerce, a commitment to the international rules-based order, and the recognition that our common interests are not zero-sum. As President Biden and Vice President have said, our commitment to the Indo-Pacific region includes deepening close bilateral relations and working multilaterally through longstanding institutions like ASEAN, which remains central to the region's architecture, and working with allies and partners through other sub-regional groups like the Mekong-US Partnership and Friends of the Mekong. Within the region, we also seek to energize our comprehensive and global strategic partnership with India through the so-called Quad to sustain a free and open Indo-Pacific. We want to enhance security cooperation with India, and we recognize India as a trusted partner for critical emerging technologies. Our engagement and economic vision in the Indo-Pacific is about advancing an optimistic vision that we have for our participation and partnership in the region. It is neither targeted against any one nation nor designed to make our partners choose between powerful countries. From the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen how challenges can affect everyone without distinction. That's why the Biden administration has made it a priority to seek to ensure all Americans have access to vaccines, even as we are determined to distribute safe and effective vaccines to the world. The United States has provided, with no political strings attached, over 302 million doses of vaccine worldwide in partnership with COVAX or bilaterally, with millions going to Indo-Pacific nations. We understand that promoting global health security as well as respect for human rights are in our mutual interest. As much promise as there is in the Indo-Pacific region, significant challenges remain. Promoting Burma's return to the path to democracy remains a top priority. In addition to supporting Cambodian civil society in promoting multi-party democracy and anti-corruption efforts in the face of rising foreign influence. Corruption, intimidation of civil society and journalists, and the lure of authoritarian solutions to problems such as the COVID-19 pandemic continue to threaten democratic traditions in the region. In addressing these challenges, we believe in strengthening our cooperation with Taiwan, including by deepening economic and trade ties, building the resilience of supply chains, combating the COVID-19 pandemic, promoting people-to-people exchanges, and confronting disinformation. I very much thank you again for welcoming me today. Along with my colleagues in the US government, I look forward to continuing to work closely with Taiwan to advance democratic values for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Okay, many thanks to Mr. Scott Busby for the talk. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to next part, panel discussion, we'll have a short break till 9:30. So please be back to the forum before 9:30 so that we can start the next part promptly. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin in about 2 minutes, so please have your seat as soon as possible. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, just a gentle reminder, our next part panel discussion is going to start. So please have your seat as soon as possible. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seat and our next part panel discussion is going to start. Okay, just a gentle reminder once again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please have your seat. Dear distinguished guests, welcome back to 2021 Taiwan-US-Japan Trilateral Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. And now we'll proceed to the panel discussion 1, Congressional Dialogue on Prospects of Taiwan-US-Japan Cooperation. Before the panel discussion officially starts, there are some ground rules of the Q&A announcement. First, the whole process will be conducted in English. Second, before asking your questions, please state your name and organization and keep your question within 2 minutes. Our staff will ring bell when there is only 30 seconds left. On the other hand, regarding to the topic, we have 2 distinguished guests from US and Japan to address their talks. Firstly, let's welcome His Excellency Bill Hagerty, Senator of the US Senate.
Dr. Chen, my colleagues from Japan and Taiwan, and my friends from the United States, it's an honor and a privilege to join you today at the 2021 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. I'd like to start by recalling the origin of the term, the Indo-Pacific. In 2007, Prime Minister Abe delivered a speech in India highlighting the emergence of a new, quote, broader Asia that's taken shape at the confluence of the Indian and the Pacific Oceans. Long before others, Japan recognized the changing undercurrents in the region. More importantly, Japan had the foresight to develop a new framework to rally the democratic nations located at opposite ends of the 2 oceans. That vision is what we call today the Free and Open Indo-Pacific. The Free and Open Indo-Pacific describes an overarching framework supported by a growing number of the countries in the world to strengthen a regional partnership based on rule of law, freedom of navigation, free trade, and the commitment to peace and stability with respect for international law and territorial integrity. It's critical for the United States, Japan, and Taiwan as 3 indispensable cornerstones to continue to stand shoulder to shoulder in order to address common challenges in the Indo-Pacific. It's plain to see that the Chinese Communist Party aims not only to achieve dominance in the world's most vibrant and rapidly growing region, but also to fundamentally revise the environment here, placing the People's Republic of China at the center and serving Beijing's authoritarian and hegemonic ambitions. The defense of Taiwan and Japan lies at the center of pushing back against the Chinese Communist Party's revisionist ambitions. As Japanese Defense Minister Nobuo Kishi said, quote, "The peace and stability of Taiwan are directly connected to Japan." I'm glad to see that the Biden administration has continued to build upon the strong strategy for the Indo-Pacific that it inherited from the Trump administration. For example, in April 2021, it was encouraging to see President Biden and then Prime Minister Suga publicly agree to underscore the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and to encourage the peaceful resolution of cross-strait issues. Under the new leadership of Prime Minister Kishida, I fully expect the United States and Japan will continue to deepen cooperation on the issue of Taiwan. Another vital dimension of the competition with China is enhancing economic cooperation among the United States, Japan, and Taiwan. As U.S. Ambassador to Japan, I work with Prime Minister Abe and his team on a new U.S.-Japan trade agreement to lower trade barriers and to strengthen our nation's economic ties. We need to see similar types of economic integration between our 3 countries. As part of that effort, I hope the United States and Taiwan succeed in concluding a significant agreement on trade. As advanced economies, the United States, Japan, and Taiwan play critical roles in developing new technologies and international standards of the global economy. To enhance global economic prosperity while countering predatory actions by the Chinese Communist Party, I strongly urge our 3 governments to work together to strengthen economic linkages, particularly through quality infrastructure, in accordance with international standards. Last but not least, we must be clear about what we stand for. Over the past 7 decades, the United States, Japan, and Taiwan have been at the vanguard of defending democracy and freedom in the Indo-Pacific. What's at stake here is our way of life. The freedom to speak your mind, the freedom to believe in your religion, the freedom to prosper. We should never forget this. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks to Senator Bill Haggerty's address. And next, let's welcome the Honorable Keiji Furuya, Chairman of Japan ROC Diet Members Consultative Council and a member of the House of Representatives in the Diet of Japan, for the speech. Now, please welcome.
Greetings. Upon this occasion, I extend my heartfelt regards to those of you in the Republic of China and the United States. My name is Keiji Furuya, and I serve as chairman of the Japan ROC Diet Members Consultative Council. Our council is a Diet Members League with membership of approximately 300 bipartisan parliamentarians from both Japan and Taiwan. To begin, I sincerely thank and congratulate everyone involved in the stellar effort to convene this Taiwan-US-Japan Trilateral Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. Today, from the Japan side, we are pleased to present a message from our former Prime Minister, Mr. Shinzo Abe. Likewise, participating in the dialogue with legislators from the ROC and the United States will be Ms. Haruko Arimura, Deputy Secretary General of the Japan ROC Diet Members Consultative Council. In recent years, nations around the world have been advancing vigorous activity in support of Taiwan. Today, we are witnessing a one-sided push by mainland China, rooted in a clearly abdominal course of action aimed at altering the global status quo. Against such a backdrop, it is crucial for those of US, Japan, Taiwan, and the United States to join hands with other nations which respect the basic values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, devoting our shared energies to the causes of global peace and stability. On this July 29th, the Consultative Council sponsored a historical strategic dialogue by national legislators from Japan, the United States, and Taiwan. Taking apart from the US was Senator William Haggerty, and from the ROC Yu Shin-Kam, President of the Legislative Yuan Assembly. Both of these gentlemen are also part of today's discussions. From Japan, we are happy to have former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, as well as a representative from the various Japanese political parties, which also serve as a member of our Consultative Council. The conference was highly informative and fruitful, and we plan to continue to hold regular sessions going forward. Last year, struggling with the rise of COVID-19 pandemic, Japan was greatly honored to receive N95 face masks and hazard protection bodysuits from the ROC. In gratitude for that generosity, Japan worked behind the scenes to arrange for 4.2 million doses of COVID vaccine as support on that front, with those doses supplied to Taiwan. In March of this year, mainland China suddenly placed an import ban on Taiwan-grown pineapples. In Japan, that action prompted spontaneous moves to furnish assistance for the ROC through the purchase of its pineapples. This push also included the supermarket chain Vado, which is headquartered in my own constituency of Gifu Prefecture. As a result, Taiwanese pineapples quickly emerged as a major presence in retail outlets throughout Japan. This development once again understood the deep bonds of friendship which exists between Taiwan and Japan. It also provided an excellent example of how to transform crisis into opportunity. Japan firmly supports the application by the ROC as one of our truly vital partners to join the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Agreement. In moving to help negotiate Taiwanese membership in the TPP, we eagerly look forward to resolution of a number of related issues. Among them, the ROC ban on import of food products from a total of 5 Japanese prefectures. Next year marks the 50th anniversary of break-off in diplomatic relations between Taiwan and Japan. The following year, 2023, we will celebrate our full half-century since the founding of our Japan ROC Diet Members Consultative Council in 1973. As this milestone approaches, we are more determined than ever to redouble the solid bond forged between our nation over the decades. Our aim is to empower the next generation of leaders to continue to build and exit on this foundation of unwavering trust. Taking this to heart, it is my most profound hope that today's outline exchange will be instrumental in further enhancing the strong bonds of understanding and cooperation between the ROC, the United States, and Japan. Finally, on behalf of everyone at the Japan ROC Diet Members Consultative Council, I thank you for the precious privilege of addressing this esteemed summit of concerned legislators. Thank you.
All right, many thanks to Chairman KG Furuya. And now we officially start the panel discussion. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Chen Tangshan, and the panelist, legislator Luo Zhizhen, to come up to the stage. Please welcome. In this session, we also have the Honorable Elaine Luria, Representative, U.S. House of Representatives, and also with the Honorable Haruko Arimura, Member of the House of Consulars, Japan, as our panelist in this panel discussion. Okay, please have your seat. And now I'll turn the floor to our moderator, Dr. Chen Tangshan. Please.
Thank you very much again. Good morning to every one of you. This is a session that I'm honored to chair, and I'm even more honored to have Dr. Do Zhizhen right here, and Honorable Haruko Arimura from Japan, but unfortunately she won't be here this morning. But before that, I think we already have seen 2 video address by Honorable Bill Hagerty, U.S. Senator from Tennessee. And the second one is Mr. Keiji Furuya from Japan. So I again want to express our appreciations to those two gentlemen for their support to the democracy and the meeting this morning we have here. So with that brief comment, I would like to introduce my good friend, Congressman Lo Zizeng. I have known him for several years, and when I was serving as the congressman here in Taiwan, and I know he used to be a professor teaching at Dongwu University. Before that time, he also served one time in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And every time when we have this kind of meeting, he's always been invited to be a part of it. So this morning, we are very happy to have him again. And the second one, we are going to discuss the issues with us is the Arimura Haruko. Unfortunately, she won't be able to be here present by herself, but she's going to present also by video. And before that, I think if anybody has question, please just maybe we have a board here. I think you can send message in, and I hope, I think we have a very interesting and fruitful discussions this morning in this subject. So with that brief comment, it's my honor to introduce my good friend, Congressman Lo Zizeng, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mark Chen, for the kind introduction. It's an honor and privilege for me to be invited again to this trilateral security dialogue. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to the three hosts for organizing this very important and timely conference to address the important challenges that democracies are facing in the region and globally. And I believe that many of my statements that I'm going to make today are already known or even agreed to by this well-informed audience. Still, I think it is necessary for me to give you my own views on these important issues. We all know that Taiwan is standing at the forefront of the two opposing camps, the democratic camp and the authoritarian one. The threats and challenges encountered by Taiwan may also take place in other democracies in the future. As a matter of fact, some are already happening. In addition, changes in the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific region will have a significant impact on the regional and global political, military, and economic orders. And I believe in this Indo-Pacific region, what will change the balance of regional power overnight is that Taiwan falls into the hands of China. So my argument is very clear and simple. That is, in the face of a rising China, Taiwan and other democracies are facing a whole range of similar and common challenges. For instance, as democracies, our free and open societies offer some vulnerabilities for Beijing to implement its influence operations. For another example, our dependence on China as a trading and investment partner and as a major source of tourism has given China a political leverage in our relationship with China. For sure, Taiwan and other democracies have many experiences and lessons that we can share with and learn from each other. More importantly, to cope with such military, economic, political, and diplomatic challenges posed by this more powerful and more aggressive China, we democracies must work together and take concerted actions. And some experts have warned that the risk of military conflict is now at its highest level in decades. Some even argued that the only thing holding back the PLA from a full assault is that China has yet to achieve the overwhelming firepower needed to conquer Taiwan. For those people, the question is not whether China will launch a war, but when it will launch the first strike. We, of course, are deeply concerned by the PRC's increasing menacing and provocative military activities near Taiwan, which are destabilizing and undermining regional peace and stability. And certainly, we must and will do our best to prevent any military conflicts from taking place in the Taiwan Strait. But in the foreseeable future, what worries me more is not China's launch of an all-out war against Taiwan, but China's gray zone tactics. Just as ancient Chinese military strategist Sun Tzu said in his famous book, The Art of War, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without combat. And I strongly believe that winning a war without combat is still the dominant strategy for Chinese leaders. The frequency and intensity of Chinese war planes circling Taiwan have put a lot of pressure on Taiwan and Taiwan's military in particular. By utilizing this type of gray zone tactics, which stops short of an actual shooting war, China's aim is to subdue Taiwan through attrition and exhaustion. The use of coercive gray zone tactics is also a kind of psychological warfare. The PRC wants to use this gray zone pressure to convince the people in Taiwan that they had no choice but to accept unification on Beijing's terms. It is worth noting that military intimidation is not the only tactics that China uses to subdue Taiwan without combat. We are actually facing challenges on all fronts. Accordingly, our assessment of threats should also focus on a series of other coercive actions to pressure Taiwan to bend to Beijing's will. Above all, China's influence operations and intelligence activities that target Taiwan have now posed a serious and imminent threat to the national security of Taiwan and other democratic countries. The PRC has been implementing covert, coercive, or corrupting tactics to influence and shape the public discourse and political outcomes within targeted democracies. Nowadays, we are aware that many of China's influence operations activities go well beyond the kinds of a legitimate public diplomacy in which all governments engage. But no country has been impacted politically by China's growing influence and political ambitions as Taiwan has over the past decades. In the case of Taiwan, the methods of China's influence operations have included monetary inducements to politicians, business leaders, academics, local grassroots organizations, media, cyberspace influencers, and so on. China also utilizes other means to co-opt or coerce Taiwan's policies in Beijing's favor. The CCP's consistent and strategic efforts to cultivate networks of influence, develop long-term dependencies, and shape public discourse on China across many facets of politics, business, academia, and society. Unfortunately, many of these efforts are designed to be hidden from public view and often arranged indirectly through proxies, making it very difficult to assess precisely the degree of interference and the scope of the province. And I think these all sound familiar to our American and Japanese friends today. Obviously, China knows well the vulnerabilities and opportunities that it can exploit in our free and open society. And in addition, at the national level, Taiwan is very well aware of the economic risks and political costs that may be caused by our dependence on China's market. That's the reason why over the past few years, our government, our DPP government, has been pushing for this kind of new southbound policy with the hope to reaching out to our Southeast Asian countries. But the problem is that although the Taiwanese government works very hard to diversify our trading and investment partners, Taiwan's dependence on China is still very deep. Taiwan's exports increased to a record-breaking 4.9% in 2020. But with China, Hong Kong included, receiving close to 44% of Taiwan's total exports. And that is a 12% increase from 2019. This makes China Taiwan's single most important trading partner and a key source of trade surplus. One of the reasons why Taiwan continues to rely on China is because Taiwan has not been able to join regional trade agreements such as ASEAN, ASEAN Plus 1 Plus 3, RCEP, and CPTPP. So joining CPTPP and negotiating bilateral free trade agreements with other countries have now become the most important and priority tasks for our government. And we need our Japanese and American friends for that. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to comment on the whether the grand strategy that we are having right now, including engagement, engagement, containment, engagement, and so on, whether those strategies are working. But we have to admit that our assessment and strategies for the past few decades were wrong or even problematic. Simply put, in the past, we believed that through engagement, China could be brought into the international community and would be expected to respect the rule of law and the regional and world order. More importantly, the traditional paradigm suggested that as a consequence of the modernization and development of China's economy, China will gradually and eventually move towards a more open, free, and even democratic society. But obviously, and unfortunately, the result is not the case. Not only is China not becoming more democratic, it is now more authoritarian. And even the market economy is now becoming more and more distorted. To make things worse, China has become more revisionist and more aggressive, not only challenging the regional and world order, but also attempting to influence the domestic politics of other democracies. So, as I mentioned earlier, China's ambition and expansion are comprehensive. Countermeasures against China must also be all-rounded, including politics, economic, military, or even science and technology. And more importantly, China's strategy against the outside world is to divide and defeat, to divide and conquer. So it's very important for us to work together and to come up with a concerted strategy. So let me finish my speech by quoting what General MacArthur said 70 years ago. It was a paragraph from a memo on Formosa, meaning Taiwan now, written in 1950 on the eve of the Korean War. It says, as a result, quote, as a result of its geographic location and best potential, utilizing of Formosa by a military power hostile to the United States may either counterbalance or overshadow the strategic importance of the central and southern flank of the United States frontline position. Formosa, in the hands of the communists, can be compared to an unsinkable aircraft carrier and submarine tender. And I strongly believe that this insightful evaluation of Taiwan's geostrategic importance still holds true today. And I even think this statement is more correct now than ever. So, dear colleagues, at this very important historical moment, let's work hard together. In fact, we have to work hard together because we know united we stand, divided we fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lo, for your very important, interesting comment. I hope our guest will be, if you have any kind of questions, maybe later on, after finishing all talks, maybe you can start having your questions coming in. Now, I like to introduce our second speaker. I'm sorry, I think the first time I missed her introductions. Now, I understand she's also online. She's the Honorable Elaine Luria. She's the representative of U.S. House of Congress, House of Representatives, and she's from the a Democrat from state of Virginia. So, Honorable Luria, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, and
Yep,
good
thank you.
morning or good evening from Washington. It is such a pleasure to be able to join you today at the Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. And I wanted to give a little bit of introduction by way of my background, having had the opportunity to serve for 2 decades in the United States Navy before serving in my role in Congress and having had the opportunity to be stationed twice in Japan and Yokosuka, Japan, and understand the military operations and especially the importance of the Navy within the Indo-Pacific area of operations. And my work in Congress, I serve as the vice chair of the U.S. House Armed Services Committee and have spent most of my time in Congress with a significant focus on our presence in the Western Pacific, as well as our force structure and really the type of Navy military forces and the U.S. policy I think are best suited for the cooperation that we're talking about today. In order to best defend Taiwan, essentially, as was described by earlier speakers. Senator Hagerty mentioned how China's actions are currently threatening the rule of law, threatening free trade, threatening international order, and China's attempts to establish a regional hegemony. And I think that the increased cooperation of all of those present at this dialogue is incredibly important in making sure that we can work together to prevent the future aims of the Chinese Communist Party. And I think that it is incredibly important, the United States Navy, especially presence within the Indo-Pacific area of responsibility. I've spent a lot of time talking about the deterrent effect of the Navy for those things that I just mentioned, and also the legality of a United States response were China to attempt to take Taiwan by force. And in that, I mean that looking at the governing documents and laws within the United States, the War Powers Act, which describes when and how the president has the authority to use U.S. military forces to respond, as well as the Taiwan Relations Act, which I think everyone here is very familiar with, and the current policy of the United States of strategic ambiguity under the Taiwan Relations Act. And really, I've spent a lot of time thinking about the question, is that strategic ambiguity the policy that we should, as the United States, continue to maintain towards China with regards to Taiwan? And I think that it comes down to one simple thing. I think China either believes that the United States is going to come to the defense of Taiwan, or they do not. And I say they either believe they do or they do not. However, strategic ambiguity would imply that they don't know. And I think that there is a really important distinction there because I think when we're looking at this, we need to understand is that if China either believes the United States will come to the defense of Taiwan or China does not believe that, does strategic ambiguity still exist? Or has China truly made an assessment of what they believe the United States actions will be, and is though not knowing, is that enough of a deterrent? And that may have been true for the last 40 years, but in my opinion, I think that we need to have a very strong debate here in the United States, and personally, I think it is not true that strategic ambiguity remains an effective enough deterrent to China. And I also think that we need to look carefully at what we mean from the United States, from U.S. forces and U.S. forces working with our allies, what we mean when we say things like the defense of Taiwan. Is that defense a deterrent defense, i.e. a defense, a presence within the region, and a credible deterrent to China to prevent them from attempting the use of force against Taiwan? Or are we building a force in our operational plans, those that could only be enacted after an act had already taken place, essentially a fait accompli? And I think that takes me back to my initial comment about U.S. policy and what I wrote recently in a Washington Post article was that I feel that the president's hands are tied because if China were to act militarily against Taiwan and the speed with which they did that, and were they to do that without adequate indications and warning in order for a decision to be made. The president actually had to come to Congress to have that authority in order to respond. Would it be too late? And do we need to put mechanisms in place by which we can respond more rapidly were China to be able to take those actions? And I truly believe that the U.S. position should be that the United States will act to maintain the status quo. I think that it is very important. This is a piece I think is missing from the Taiwan's Relations Act, and that the United States should clearly indicate that we will act in order to maintain the status quo. And I think that we need to build a force and deploy United States ships and aircraft to the region accordingly in order to be able to provide that defense. And so what would that mean? What would that look like? I think that would include a very large naval force, essentially tethered within a certain distance from Taiwan. And we all know that the United States has forces, a carrier strike group stationed in Yokosuka, Japan, and amphibious ready group, Marine Expeditionary Force, all in the Western Pacific, operating continuously, and other rotational forces. But much of the work that I've done in Congress is to look at the future force structure of the United States Navy and what types of forces. Do we have the right forces? Are we building the right types and number of ships and deploying them in the appropriate way in order to effectively provide that deterrent force? And so it would mean that we would need to be present and also have the legal authority to act in a way that would prevent China from forcefully overtaking Taiwan. And I've also tried to consider those means by which that could take place that are less overt than a direct military attack. Another thing that could be considered, and I think that we should have the ability to respond to, although would also be considered an act of war, but a naval blockade of Taiwan, for example. Other things such as overt election tampering, not just interference, but tampering. We've focused earlier on the nature of Taiwan as a democracy and want to be able to make sure that there's not an overt attack on the democratic process, as well as the opportunity potentially for China to act via cyber attacks. So I think that for the United States to say that we are committed to defending Taiwan, I think there are many elements to that. And I think that obviously our first opportunity should be to prevent any sort of invasion, attack of any of the types of natures that I described from taking place in the first place. But I think that the force that we have within the region, the policies, the response that the United States should be prepared to make would make the prospect too costly for China in order to attempt to take Taiwan militarily. So I'll finish my comments essentially by saying that I think it is time to move beyond strategic ambiguity to a certainty, to say that it is time for the United States to make a commitment that we will take the necessary force in order to maintain the status quo. So thank you again for having me as a participant in tonight's panel, and I've really enjoyed hearing from the other panelists and look forward to the questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Luria, I must tell you, I spent several years in the state of Virginia. So I feel very happy to have you online with us. Now I think let's proceed to have Honorable Haruko Arimura, member of the House of Councils of Japan, to give us her own remarks. Yeah. Thank you. Please. Please, Ms. Arimura.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, my Asian colleagues, and good evening to my American friends. My name is Haruko Arimura. I'm speaking from Tokyo office, Japan. I'm a member of House of Representatives, like an upper house in the States. And please call me Ali. First of all, Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important and timely Taiwan-US-Japan Trilateral Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. I'd like to express my gratitude to Dr. Tan San Chen, Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, as well as to the organizers and all participants. When I think about Indo-Pacific region, I realize that it is home to half of the world's population and is the core of world's vitality. At the same time, it is a region which has seen complex power relations at work and has experienced drastic shifts in the regional power balance. It also faces various threats such as piracy, terrorism, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and natural disasters. In our common region, we must establish a rule-based international order and firmly establish the principles that are indispensable for achieving regional stability and prosperity, such as free trade, freedom of navigation, and the rule of law. This is the essence of the idea of free and open Indo-Pacific, what we call FOIP, and Japan is strongly leading the efforts under this idea in cooperation with like-minded countries and regions. In this context, I believe that the collaboration among partners and friends who share fundamental values such as democracy and human rights, like Japan, Taiwan, and the United States, will be the major force in shaping the future of the Indo-Pacific region and will be a great hope for the people of the region. With this conviction, I'd like to discuss with today's participants how Japan, Taiwan, and the United States should work together and take concrete steps. A first target would be the participation of Taiwan as an observer in the World Health Assembly. Today, as a representative of the Japanese House of Councillors, Japanese Diet, I'd like to introduce what my colleagues and I have accomplished so far. On June 11th this year, the House of Councillors unanimously passed a resolution on treatment of Taiwan at the World Health Organization, with all participants, including ruling parties and opposing parties, without any exception, supported Taiwan's participation. This resolution points out that in order to end the outbreak of COVID-19, it is essential to share Taiwan's leading knowledge and experience of public health achievement with the rest of the world. We also pointed out that the fact that Taiwan, which has made pioneering efforts to strengthen its quarantine system, is unable to participate in the WHO meetings is a global loss, everyone's loss, in terms of international quarantine. The House also expressed its strong concern about the current situation where Taiwan is not allowed to participate as an observer in the World Health Assembly and urged the countries concerned to take Taiwan's participation in the next assembly. Last week, December 9th, 5 days ago, in the Diet, Japanese Diet, I myself raised the issue to Prime Minister. I made 30 minutes speeches with questionnaire aimed to Prime Minister that was nationwide broadcasted. And during my speech and questionnaires to Prime Minister, I raised this WHO issue. In response, he responded to stating Japan has consistently advocated at the WHO that there should not be geographical vacuum in addressing international health issues and has consistently supported Taiwan's participation as an observer at the World Health Assembly. In the case of infectious diseases such as COVID-19 that has an enormous impact on the entire world, I believe that it is important to share information and knowledge from countries and regions around the world, including regions like Taiwan that has taken effective measures to combat COVID-19 and achieved positive results in a free, transparent, and prompt manner. We will continue to work on WHO in collaboration with the relevant countries. In this regard, not only those who are involved in national politics, but also many local Japanese people share a common desire that Taiwan should not be left as a blank zone in the global network for infection diseases control. In March last year, the Hyogo Prefectural Assembly, which is one of the 47 prefectural assemblies in Japan, anonymously passed a written opinion calling for Taiwan's participation as an observer in the World Health Assembly. This was the nation's first written opinion at the prefectural assembly level. Since then, 37 out of 47 prefectural assemblies have passed similar resolutions one after another by November this year. I'd like to make the voices of these local communities more open and visible to the people of Japan and the world. Speaking of the Olympics, Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics this summer, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation for your heartfelt cooperations. To be honest, for Japan, it was a huge challenge to host the games in the midst of COVID-19's outbreak. But it turned out the games were managed without major hindrance. And I became very proud when all athletes from all over the world who participated in the games expressed their gratitude that we can do together. The Japanese team won a record 48 medals. As you know, the world champion in the number of medals won was a dear friend, the United States. I was also happy to hear that Taiwan won a record number of medals this time. Congratulations, my dearest friends. The other day, I attended a reception in Tokyo to commemorate the double 10th day. I remember with deep impression with that Dr. Frank She Chen-Tin, the representative of Taiwan to Japan, said, China calls Taiwan as its core interest, but Taiwan is not interest. Taiwan is not their interest. Taiwan is life itself. Taiwan is substantial existence of itself. As a member of Diet, responsible for protecting the lives and property and dignity of people, I was deeply impressed by this way of thinking. According to the survey conducted last year, more than 70% of Japanese people feel close to Taiwan. Japanese people's feeling for their Taiwanese friends have reached a level of maturity after a long history of exchanges. I believe that this circle of friendship between Japan and Taiwan and the US has strengthened and will continue to expand after the recent new COVID-19 crisis and the Tokyo Olympics. Lastly, I'd like to emphasize that peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait is extremely important for Japanese people who feel close to Taiwan. Moreover, the distance between Taiwan and Yonaguni Island in Okinawa Prefecture is only 110 kilometers. The fundamental value we uphold does not accept any attempt to unilateral action to change the status quo with force. I am convinced that such an approach will never be able to win over the hearts and minds of all people who have grown up in a mature democratic society. I sincerely hope that this forum will continue to develop as an important platform for such solidarity and communication among the Diet members of the United States and Taiwan and my country, Japan. Although I appreciate digital equipment that enables us to have this online conference, I sincerely hope that we can have a face-to-face, heartful conference together in near future. Thank you very much for your attention, and this is a talk from Tokyo, Japan. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you very much for your interesting comment. Now, I think all our speakers has finished their comment, their talks. I like to express our real sincere appreciation to each participant this morning, giving us such a real wonderful comment regarding to how in the next maybe several years, how much or how we can proceed to make the three countries being able to bind even stronger together to create a better living condition and environment for the rest of the world. Now, today I think time is quite limited, but I wonder if there is any questions from the floor. So maybe we can take up only one because time is quite limited right now. Are there any questions that you want to ask our presenters? Seems everybody is very satisfied. No questions. That's good. Yeah? Well, I can see. Are there anyone?
Hi.
Okay, yeah, please, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a question. Thank you for all the speakers, for all the great remarks. My name is Eric Lee from the Project 2049 Institute. And to the Congresswoman's earlier comment on Town Relations Act, it talks about the United States has, has to maintain the capacity to resist the resort to the use of force. And the second part is other forms of coercion. So I think Legislator Loa's comments on countering coercion in all its forms, political, diplomatic, economic, are of utmost importance. And the discussion of action, the strategy and action is, I think, the most critical moment, the most critical part, because this is happening right now. The discussion on invasion, that is somewhat in the future, but coercion is happening today. So I'd like to ask any of the panelists concrete actions. I know that there's discussion on the World Health Organization, but what can the United States, Taiwan, and Japan do to counter any forms of military coercion and economic coercion, such as hastening the speed that Taiwan can replenish its spare parts for its aircraft or other military equipment, or to any discussions of supporting Taiwan's supply chain restructuring as needed, or what the Congresswoman said earlier on this mechanism to act quickly. I'd love to hear more action about how all three countries can work together. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your questions. I wonder if any one of our speakers would like to respond and take the shot. You want to take it?
If I may, I think, why don't we start with the easier one? That is, I think all three countries should try to engage in a very extensive, intensive dialogues on all, dimensions. You may know that Taiwan has been engaging in all kinds of security dialogues with our U.S. counterparts, starting from the strategic level, defense level, economic cooperation, and so on. But in terms of our relations with Japan, we have more to do, especially on the security dialogues. And this kind of dialogue, which is track 2, track 1, and 2 health dialogue, is very useful. But I think it's about time for us to engage in dialogues between our two countries at the government levels. And as a director of International Affairs Department at the Democratic Progressive Party, I'm very happy to see that we are quite now innovative in creating new way of dialoguing to each other. For instance, in August this year, Liberal Democratic Party and the DPP held for the first time the party-to-party, a ruling party-to-ruling party security dialogue. That's our type of 2+2 dialogue. And I think that's a very innovative and very fruitful discussion between our two countries. So starting with the dialogues, starting with the discussions about what we can do together, and then we can come up with the concerted actions that we can work together. So I think dialogue is very important. Thank you.
Well, I think time is really tight and time is up. So I appreciate very much of the response and the question from the floor. So I think I have to conclude this session. Thank you again very, very much. And thank you again to our speakers, all of you. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, many thanks to all of our panelists today here, and special thanks to Chairman Dr. Chen Tangshan for moderating this session. And now we're going to proceed the panel discussion 2. Okay, thank you very much. Please have a seat. All right, due to time limits, we're going to proceed to panel discussion 2 right away. Challenges and opportunities to democratic governance in digital era. Okay, now I'm going to announce the ground rules of Q&A announcement once again. First, the whole process will be conducted in English. And the second one is very important. Before asking your question, please state your name and organization. Keep your question within 2 minutes. Our staff will ring bell when there is only 30 seconds left. Okay. Now, please welcome our moderator of this section, Vice President of Taiwan Foundation for Democracy, Dr. Katie Chen, and panelist, Assistant Professor Dr. Puma Shen, to the stage. Welcome. Okay, in this session, we also have Dr. Larry Diamond, Senior Fellow, Hoover Institution, Stanford University, and also Ms. Kyoko Kuwahara, Research Fellow, the Japan Institute of International Affairs. Okay, now I will give the floor to Dr. Katie Chen, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to moderate this panel. We heard about the possible collaboration between Taiwan, Japan, and the United States in previous panels, and of course with our keynote speaker. The mention of Summit of Democracies, the increasing security collaboration between Taiwan, US, and Japan. Now we are on the panel talking about the challenges and opportunities to democratic governance in the digital era, which was mentioned in the Summit of Democracy. First, please allow me to introduce the 3 esteemed panelists. First, to my left is Dr. Professor Puma Shen. He is the assistant professor at the National Taipei University's Graduate School of Criminology. He's also the chairperson of Double Think Lab. And he also serves as the vice president of the Taiwan Association for Human Rights. He's also a committee member of the advisory committee of the Mainland Affairs Council. Dr. Shen holds a bachelor's degree from the National Taiwan University and also an LLM from the University of Pennsylvania. He received his PhD in criminology, law, and society at the University of California, Irvine. And joining us from the United States is Professor Larry Diamond. He is the senior fellow of the Hoover Institution at the Stanford University. He's also a Bass University Fellow of the undergraduate education at the Stanford University. He leads the Hoover Institution's program on China's global sharp power and also on Taiwan in the Indo-Pacific region. At FSI, he leads the program on Arab reform and democracy, and that is based at the Center of Democracy. Dr. Diamond is the founding co-editor of the Journal of Democracy, and he also serves as a senior consultant at the International Forum for Democratic Studies of the National Endowment for Democracy. Third panelist is Kyoko Kuwahara. She is the research fellow of the Japan Institute of International Affairs. She is also a visiting research analyst at the for future engineering and specially appointed assistant professor at Kyoto University. She held many prestigious positions with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. She served as the research fellow of the Sasagawa Peace Foundation. Her most recent published article includes Fighting Disinformation, Japan's Unique Situation, and the Future of Canada-Japan Cooperation, published by the MacDonald Laureate Institute. And also the Disinformation Threat and International Cooperation, published by JIIA. So please welcome. Please join me to welcome Dr. Shen to start his presentation. The floor is yours, Dr. Shen.
Thanks, Dr. Shen, for the introduction. So since we're tight of time, so I'll go straight forward to my presentation. So China's information operation tactics have become a threat to the world, especially in the case of Taiwan. So in addition to cyber attacks, the disinformation campaign initiated by foreign actors, especially by China, have expanded in the last 5 years. So traditionally, researchers utilize the cyber kill chain model to explain the dissemination of disinformation. However, the motivation and the ecosystem of this model have seldom been explored. So I think for China to achieve the goal of disrupting Taiwanese society, several steps must be undertaken. First, China can hack into governmental systems, stealing and collecting information to serve its agenda. Hackers from China have launched persistent attacks around the world, targeting Taiwan in particular. These attacks are centralized. However, China can also utilize private companies, most of them with party committees, such as WeChat and GTCOM, to collect information. Hundreds of apps like this can serve this purpose, collecting information that can be utilized for big data analysis. With this collected info, it is much easier for China to do the profiling to determine which groups of people are more vulnerable than the other. And second, China can exploit the technology it has, the information it gathers, to launch information warfare. Companies like Wu-Wei Technology operated online Facebook psychological tests and established content from websites to spread disinformation to Taiwanese target groups in 2017. This disinformation was not only spread online, but also offline, with numerous groups involved, such as gangsters, religious groups, local parties, and local elites. These attacks are decentralized and hard to detect, and ultimately crushing democracy in Taiwan. So I think in understanding the Chinese strategy for initiating information operation, one should first realize that multiple departments, companies, and groups are involved. The propaganda department is just one of the players focused on setting the key theme, but other players in the field, whether they agree with the propaganda department or not, might initiate their own attacks to serve their own purpose. The role of United Front Work Department is the key here, since this very department, along with the Chinese People Political Consultative Congress, tries to unify all kinds of attacks, especially like every 3 months. So in order to better understand the Chinese style of information operation, I will propose the idea of 3I here, which means the information manipulation, the investment, and the ideology driven. So the first one is the direct information manipulation from China, which I called it the information flow. This could be high-level information manipulation, usually through the propaganda department, along with the execution of the CPPCC or the United Front Work Department, which will set the key theme. There could be low-level information manipulation through the trolls and patriots. The so-called little pinks or cyber warriors are capable of spreading disinformation as well. Most information spread in this way involves low-end fake news and seldom does harm to society. However, there could be connected level information operation in between, and which really does harm to Taiwanese society is this connected level information operation, derived from China-controlled content farms or YouTube channels. Articles from content farms or channels consist of conspiracy theories, biased reports, and normal reports with biased titles. These websites often share entertainment, fortune-telling messages, or cute animals that attract Taiwanese citizens, and then spread biased reports that denounce any other countries but China. These reports are mostly narratives. that connect the key themes set up by the propaganda department or the low-level rumors spread by little pinks. They are usually not forms of fake news that can be easily debunked, and they compel the readers to accept certain ideologies. So to sum up this, the first I, the information manipulation, is usually overt, and it can be truly effective and harmful when connected levels of information manipulation pair. Multiple departments or groups are involved, but most adversaries are in China or other countries. Propaganda departments and trolls can collaborate with connected channels, doing harm to Taiwanese society in seconds. Although the little pinks themselves are not powerful enough, they can be further utilized by the CCP through this connected level information manipulation. So the second I here is the investment. So in addition to contributing to direct information operation, indirect investment to the disinformation market that eschew the attribution also play a significant role in the field. The Ministry of State Security there in China or the United Front War Department can directly donate or sponsor certain groups that are capable of creating and spreading disinformation. This type of investment is covert and indirect, and without proper investigation, influence is hard to discern. There are three types of indirect investment has been discovered in the case of Taiwan. The first could be the investment in the Taiwanese marketing industry. This type of investment is straightforward since political marketing and public relations are flourishing industry in Taiwan. It takes less effort for China to invest in certain industry than to create this information itself. With money provided by the religious group, gangsters, or businessmen, companies in Taiwan may take direct orders and start their own disinformation campaign aligned with Chinese interest. And second would be the investment to create economic pressure. Sometimes the Chinese government approaches Taiwan local citizens to provide interest, but it seldom asks them to spread disinformation. However, these people can later be utilized to spread rumors either online or offline. For example, the gaming industry and live stream industry, they're often invested in by China, and live streamers sometimes spread disinformation if necessary. The third one could be the donation approach that entices citizens to join the disinformation network. So this last kind of indirect investment is how China tries to establish what I call the disinformation market. This includes content farms that attract rent seekers. So after all these content farms or YouTube channels are created, it is possible that China does not distribute articles or videos themselves. Instead, China tries to pay fan pages or private Facebook groups to spread articles, paying them in foreign currency as distributors. So in one of the groups I joined in 2019, people can make like $1,500 per month simply by disseminating pro-China articles here in Taiwan. So compared with the first one, the direct information operation, the Chinese government may have less control with the second I, the investment. However, economic interests still alter behavior and contribute to existing disinformation campaign. And the last one I is the ideology-driven. The investment may not be necessary if the target group is already pro-China. So in the last kind of information operation here, China can simply establish the ideology market, which attracts certain groups of people who may have an incentive to criticize the government. So for example, the private-to-private chat groups could be operated by United Front workers. And United Front Work Department often shares videos or photos that can be manipulated within the group. In this way, information can be manipulated by volunteers in this group who agree with the anti-government messages and then further spread this information in an organic way. So when in the discussion of like Russian information operation, researchers often say that it is social media that has been weaponized. However, in the case of China, the citizens are being weaponized. These weaponized citizens voluntarily disseminated pro-China and anti-democracy messages, and even preaching hatred and promoting unification between China and Taiwan. And people often ask me that whether it works or not. All these strategies have to collaborate with each other in order to produce a measurable impacts. Online and offline disinformation efforts also need to speak to each other. For example, in 2019, offline information was perfectly aligned with online propaganda. But in 2019, the flow of the money stopped due to an in-depth investigation into money laundering and tensions between Taiwan and China. And I think people tended to question the information they received, which created obstacles for Chinese influence operation. So I can go on and on about like how China initiated all this information operation, but since we're tight of time, so I have to conclude that using this framework to assess and evaluate Chinese information operation could be useful. However, since Chinese strategies evolve, this model is certainly not comprehensive. That being said, taking Taiwanese experience as an example, the world should understand how harmful Chinese-style information operation could be, and the strategy for countering them should soon be established. So that ends my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Shen, for very comprehensively and effectively categorize China's information or information warfare against Taiwan, and for developing the 3 I's so we could further understand the kind of intrusion or corrosion of our democracy at the hands of the People's Republic of China. Next, please join me to welcome Professor Larry Diamond for his presentation and for sharing his thoughts. Larry, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to broaden this conversation to talk more generally about the digital challenges and opportunities for democratic governance. Understand that the challenges in Taiwan and the United States are somewhat different. And in the United States now, well, I continue to be very deeply worried about Russian efforts to distort, inflame, polarize, and sabotage our democracy. And China's projection of sharp power by digital and other means. The principal threats to democracy in the United States right now are, sad to say, internal and very, very serious. And they parallel what we're seeing in a lot of other democracies around the world, and then they intersect with the threats that are posed by authoritarian countries like Russia and China, most of all, but also Iran and others. So let me just briefly identify what I think these threats are, and then I'll talk about some possible policy and societal responses. And I will just underscore that I think one of the most important responses is the shared response among the world's liberal democracies of trying to coordinate their policy actions, share information, diagnostics, designation of threats, and so on and so forth. The general threat, of course, which forms a backdrop, a lot of this does to what Dr. Shen was saying, is the phenomenon of truth decay and the degrading of faith in objective information, science, and everything else. As a result of the way people are getting information now and the loss of standards in publishing, as so many individuals and actors have, in essence, become publishers and broadcasters. We've lost any basis of common, objective, shared information, and even a willingness to believe in science, which is heavily driving our inability to really decisively defeat and contain the COVID-19 pandemic in the United States and in Europe as well. And this truth decay is feeding domestic polarization, disinformation, conspiracy theories, and the energizing and deepening the aggravation of racial and identity animosity and fear. I call this digital tribalism. And as I'll say in a minute, this is definitely being fed and manipulated by Russia and potentially other actors, but it would be very serious even if every other international actor were completely standing apart from this and benign. Secondly is the knock-on effect of this in the decay of civic and institutional trust, which was very far along, frankly, before social media gained momentum as an important and for many citizens dominant way of getting and conveying information. And with this has gone the decay of what my colleagues Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt identify as the two master norms of a democratic culture: mutual tolerance and mutual forbearance. And when rival political forces won't tolerate one another, don't trust one another, and won't restrain themselves from using every conceivable mechanism to try and get and maintain power, it's very hard to sustain democracy in those circumstances. And that is a major reason why democracy in the United States is under threat. The third factor, following from the first two, is a growing readiness in the United States, at least, for political violence. Unfortunately, we have a much broader distribution of arms than in most other democracies that are not saddled with an amendment to their constitution that is being interpreted in as extreme and dangerous ways as the Second Amendment to the American Constitution is being interpreted. And this gave rise, I think, to the January 6th insurrection and other challenges that we are facing and will be facing. And then, of course, you get to two external challenges: the authoritarian manipulation of all of this, as we've seen with the Russian intervention in the 2016 election. In particular, they tried as well in 2020, but I think we were better prepared for it. Disinformation, doxing, hacking, efforts to subvert elections and challenge or sow seeds of doubt about the integrity of elections. And there's real risk for cyber attacks on our democratic infrastructure, as well as our physical infrastructure, including our electricity grid. Let me just stop and say here, this is one reason. There are many reasons why one of the most dangerous things a democracy could do would be to turn to internet voting. We aren't ready for it. There's no way to secure it and verify it by using a secret ballot. And any democracy that switches to internet voting is opening itself up to the potential for a catastrophic hacking of an election and for an inability to verify what the real vote was. The fifth element is authoritarian propaganda, as Dr. Shen noted, and the overt efforts to shape the discourse and intervene in the dialogue of democracy and manipulate actors in that dialogue for the advantage of the authoritarian power, and also to impugn the integrity and image of democracy. And sixth is the threats to individual privacy and dignity that come from surveillance by companies, by states, and as Ron Deibert noted in his recent Lipset lecture for the National Endowment for Democracy, which will be published in the April issue of the Journal of Democracy, by companies working for states. And we need to battle against this very vigorously. Democracies need common standards for protection of the dignity and privacy of their citizens, and to give citizens the ability to control their data and make it portable. And companies need to be transparent about this. So this leads first on the policy front, I think, to the need for European-style GDPR, that's Global Data Protection Regulation laws, to protect citizen privacy and give democratic citizens control of their data. We need to address the core problem of social media, the business model of attention addiction, and the incentives that social media companies have to elevate bad, polarizing, outrageous, false, conspiracy theory-driven content in order to fix people's attention on the platform so that it can sell more ads. This is an extremely cynical business model which is very corrosive of democratic stability and democratic norms, and I think we need to develop laws that will discourage it. I personally think we need an antitrust campaign against the biggest social media platforms, and to make sure that they don't pick up and try to take off to some rival advanced industrial democracy. I think we should try and coordinate our laws and rules so that Facebook and Google can't just keep gobbling up potential competitors so that they don't face any competition. This leads to my fourth policy response, which is that we really need to standardize laws across liberal democracies in many respects, including the way that the platforms cover elections, how they accept campaign advertising, and the need for really far-reaching transparency in the way platforms run ad purchases. And foreign ad purchases, I think, should be illegal in election campaigns. We need well-resourced rapid response mechanisms to identify, expose, and thwart authoritarian manipulation and disinformation efforts. And again, some kind of coordinated multinational watch effort, I think, could make a difference here. Sixth, I think journalists and media companies need training in how to deal with social media and disinformation assaults on election integrity. How should they handle hacked and doxed documents? How should they cover or engage or give credibility to or not disinformation campaigns? So we need to seek common standards for this that will be consistent with media freedom, but also encouraging, if not demanding, of media responsibility. Seventh, this is very important. It's always kind of mentioned as an afterthought, but I really want to underscore it. I think we need common efforts to develop civic education mechanisms among our citizens, particularly emerging internet users, for how to use and absorb social media responsibly in a democracy, and how to question what they're seeing and make some effort to verify it rather than just take it at face value. My colleague Sam Weinberg in the School of Education at Stanford has done some promising work on this. I work with another Stanford colleague, Jim Fishkin, on deliberative democracy, deliberative polling. I think we're finding that there's some promise here to use this and scale it up through digital platforms as a tool to reduce polarization and bridge social divides. And finally, ninth, we need early and coordinated law enforcement action against extremist groups and groups that would mobilize violence within our own countries, and the ties they might have to shadowy international actors, many of whom are ultimately linked back to states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Diamond, for updating us on the status of American democracy at the moment, and also for your proposal and policy recommendation of how to have democracy to be more resilient. So thank you for your thoughts. And next, we have Ms. Kuwahara from Japan to make her presentation. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. It is such an honor to be invited here today to share some time with all of you and to discuss some important topics to democratic governance in the digital era. With my expertise, I would like to talk about the disinformation campaign and also defending democracy from disinformation threats for democratic governance. The COVID-19 has spurred the world into the new era of disinformation, as we have seen the erosion of credible information day by day. Especially, democracy worldwide is now facing great challenges due to foreign disinformation threats because it could consequently endanger people's lives. Democracy must take action to counter disinformation campaign for democratic governance. So just in case, let me go over the definition of the disinformation, and also I would like to share my PowerPoint slide. Okay, here we go. So just in case, let me go over the definition of disinformation. Disinformation is false or misleading information created to obtain political benefits or deceive the masses. It hinders very foundation of democracy because it can undermine public confidence in government and traditional media and public and government decision-making process. Disinformation campaign is activities through which domestic and foreign actors distort public opinion and create social or political instability by spreading disinformation. And they can even have a serious impact on national security. Campaigns by third countries are regarded as a part of hybrid warfare. So we have witnessed these activities such as in Russia's campaign, including its intervention in Crimea and Donbass in 2014 and the US presidential election in 2016. Today, however, disinformation is widely recognized as a serious threat to sound democracy with the penetration of social media and the spread of COVID-19. Social media echo chamber in the digital era is likely to spread more misinformation and disinformation. Also, amid the pandemic, disinformation about the virus and vaccines have flooded all over the world. So now let me talk about the disinformation environment in Japan. Chinese influence operations are well recognized in Japan, but foreign disinformation threats and other influence operations conducted in Japan have had more limited success than in other democracies. Of course, Japan has experienced false rumors spread, especially during the natural disasters in the past. For instance, in the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and the 2016 Kumamoto earthquake. On your right side, you can see the actual fake news spread on Twitter during the earthquake in Kumamoto, Japan in 2016, saying a lion escaped from the zoo because of the massive earthquake. But these were not the disinformation campaigns conducted by other countries. Most of those arose domestically without any political or economic gains. Various reasons can be considered for Japan's less experience of foreign disinformation. It is because, one is because Japan has historically been isolated from foreign migration and investments, which made it less susceptible to foreign influence, so-called Galapagos syndrome, an expression that captures its cultural, linguistic, and economic separation from other countries. Another is that there's little foreign media presence in Japan because of the dominance of the few Japanese media companies. leaving little room for foreign interference. However, this unique environment of Japan doesn't necessarily mean that Japan is resilient enough. Japan's disinformation environment might change in coming years. China is aiming at fostering positive views of China in Japan, and more strategically, to weaken the US-Japan alliance. Concerns about the Taiwan contingency has grown also in Japan recently, and a great deal of disinformation campaign is expected to spread also in Japan during the crisis. We all need to defend democracy as a system of governance at any circumstances. So what kind of disinformation countermeasures can be considered for a transparent and accountable democratic governance? The elements that support democratic governance in the fight against disinformation are the free flow of information and trust in information. To secure the free flow of information and trust, multilateral and multi-stakeholder approaches should be considered. Thus, cooperation between like-minded states and regions is essential. This should be supported by governments, civil societies, and industries. Building capacity of civil society, such as in fact-checking, public diplomacy, and strategic communication is also essential. We should also think about the roles of platformers to protect democratic decision-making process. Platformers can play more important roles by deterring accounts that has spread disinformation frequently and by investigating whether their categorization of their services is correct or not. Disinformation cannot be completely eliminated, but there are some ways to limit impacts. At the same time, we should very much careful about the balance between disinformation countermeasures as a democratic governance and democratic values such as freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Any regulation should not become a weapon that can be used arbitrarily by the government to stifle its critics and to pressure journalism and free speech. Finally, I would like to point out that the democracy can increase their power of resilience by cooperation and collaboration to deter foreign influence operation and to change actors' behavior. Interest and concerns about the Taiwan contingency have grown also in Japan. There is a great potential that Taiwan, US, and Japan could cooperate also in countering disinformation campaigns. So thank you so much for your attention, and any question and discussion, comments are very much appreciated. Now let's go back to Dr. Chen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kuwahara, for your presentation on disinformation and in Japan, and your proposal of collaboration between democracies and information exchange between democracies. So we have about 20 minutes for Q&A for this session. I was wondering if anyone from the audience have any questions for our speakers. The light is kind of in my face right now. I can't see. There's no, I'm looking at the screen, there's no questions from our online audience either. So I would like to take my privilege as the moderator to ask a few questions to our panelists. First, I would like to have Professor Shen share some of his thoughts on when it comes to legislations, the recently passed legislation when it comes to foreign influence, and also of I guess for reprimanding people who distribute disinformation, because Dr. Diamond mentioned about improving legislation in the United States that it catches up with what we're dealing with at the moment. So Professor Shen, would you like to tell the audience about your thoughts about punishment of people who distribute disinformation, and then the anti-foreign influence law that we recently passed in Taiwan?
Yeah, thanks for the great question. I think punishment in this case will not work because because I think especially in criminal law you need like 100% evidence if you want to prosecute someone. So in the case of information manipulation or information warfare, it's really hard for us to obtain all this evidence. So in the end, they will like presume innocence, and then people will say that hey, there's no the real attacks from China. That's number one. And number two, I think is that because when we already look into all this ecosystem, people who spread all this disinformation, they all have their incentives or motivation. So if we do not really solve the motivation or all these incentives, that will be like punishing, like said, we are punishing the students who wants to make some money, or the local chief, or gangsters, or even Taiwanese businessmen who travel to China. And then if you punish someone in this case, and someone else will replace their position and then spread all this disinformation again. So I think that's why punishment will not really work in this case. But if we have the law that could urge transparency, I think transparency could be the key here. And as you may know that I think the money flow is kind of important in the disinformation campaign. So if we have the law that authorized our in like the CGIB or even the police here in Taiwan, if they can investigate the money flow and disclose that to the public, and then we will know that whether certain messages has been compromised by that kind of money flow. However, like even with this kind of law, like FARA, could be established here in Taiwan, we still got the problem because the donation approach is kind of flourishing right now. So as you may know, I think it's in 2020 election. So right before in 2019, the top 10 YouTubers here in Taiwan who received donations online on YouTube, actually 7 of them spread pro-China messages. But if you investigate all these YouTubers, there's no official connections, within all these YouTubers and China. And the only way that they are distributing all these pro-China messages is because that they know here's the market. If you if you become the new YouTubers here in Taiwan, you try to search all these articles on Weibo and WeChat and disseminate all these pro-China messages, you will automatically get lots of donations online, which is from China. So, but this is free speech, right? You cannot control the donation that you receive online, even on YouTube, or even on the platform that is already operated by China, like TikTok. So in this, social media platforms should be, all these big tech companies should take approach on all this donation approach. And actually, the one I just mentioned, the top 1 YouTubers, only got 70,000 followers here in Taiwan, but can make like more than $1 million per year. So I think that's why in this kind of approach, FARA is only the first step. I think we need like more laws that could urge all these platforms to take some social action and then to collaborate with civil society and see what we can do in the near future.
Thank you very much. Professor Diamond also mentioned about dealing with social media and hold them responsible, hold them to a standard. And I think my next questions I would like to address Professor Diamond. I think a few weeks ago, there's an interview of you that was published where you said that we're now in the era of authoritarian encroachment, which you paint a very grim view of the future of democracy. One of the questions that you were addressing is that given to the imminent danger of democracies and the backsliding that you have mentioned in the past few years, the danger of to democracy worldwide and also in the United States. I was wondering if you could elaborate for the audience here today on what are our civic duties when it comes to safeguarding and protecting democracy, not only for Taiwan, but also from democracies around the world.
The first civic duty is to be informed and educated about the current situation and the challenges we face. I am never pessimistic, but I am sobered by the current realities, and I think we need to take them very seriously. We're facing a crisis of democracy within the United States and globally. And I think that leads, secondly, to an obligation on the part of democratic citizens to be very actively and intelligently, strategically engaged, and to realize that this is, now, in the next few years, this is probably going to be one of the most important periods in their lives as democratic citizens. And it's going to call for activity and coordination and commitments of time and thought and organization far beyond what would normally be the case in a democracy. The third thing is that I think we need to govern and regulate our emotions and think with our minds and not with our passions. One of the problems of polarization is that when you approach the maelstrom, the vortex of a polarizing dynamic, you get drawn into it and you tend to demonize the other side, and it leads to a reinforcing pattern of enmity and distrust. And I think the lessons of other countries teach us that you don't generally beat authoritarian populism and illiberal dynamics by trying to mimic them. You need to go against the grain and build big bridges and try and create positive appeals that transcend. It doesn't mean you can't and shouldn't counter disinformation. I think that should be done vigorously, but we can't mimic their methods and tools. The anti-democrats, are more ruthless and cynical, and they'll always beat us at that game, which is another reason why violence is so ill-considered as a method of trying to fight this dynamic. I think that we have an obligation, and here I praise you all who have organized this meeting. I know that the Prospect Foundation has put a lot of work into this, and the Center for a New American Security. We need international dialogue and solidarity. We're seeing many of the same dynamics, both in terms of political polarization within countries, but authoritarian sharp power efforts, whether it's China's United Front tactics or Russian penetration efforts to hijack domestic organizations and international media and local politicians and use means that, as the former Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull said, are covert, coercive, or corrupting to try to undermine democracy in these countries. And so I think if we draw together to document these penetration and United Front efforts and to expose the actors and their flows of dirty money, we'll have a better chance of success.
Thank you very much, Professor Diamond. I have another question for Ms. Kuwahara of your presentation on disinformation in Japan. So you gave us quite a few examples when it comes to disinformation in Japan, and also the attempt to trying to wedge differences between Japan and its democratic allies, for example, the United States. In Taiwan, we also witness such trend, trying to create trouble between the friendship between Japan and Taiwan. And I was wondering how effective you think that these disinformation is sitting in Japan right now. Do you feel that the Japanese citizens are being manipulated, and if there is any ways that Japanese civil society and law enforcement are working together to combat this troubling trend?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chen, for giving me a question. If I answer your question, I would like to say something about the reason why Japan's has less experienced of disinformation than do in other countries. Like a lot of reasons can be considered for this. Like as I said in my presentation, there's a Galapagos syndrome, and Japan is historically, culturally, and linguistically distant from other countries. Among Japanese experts, a theory of the linguistic barriers seems to be dominant. So, so if, for instance, mainland China spread some fake news and disinformation on Twitter in Japanese, many Japanese realize that some sentence and also expression is a little bit weird, and also it's not natural for the Japanese side. So, and also it is true that there's little foreign media presence in Japan, as I said in my presentation. It is just because of the few Japanese news media companies. There's 5 news media companies, conglomerates in Japan, consisting of NTV, the Yomiuri Shimbun, and TV Asahi and Asahi Shimbun, and TBS and Mainichi Shimbun, and Fuji TV and Sankei Shimbun, and TV Tokyo and Nikkei Shimbun, along with NHK, Japan Broadcasting Corporation, dominate the major Japanese media. And many Japanese traditional media has long enjoyed high trust of high trust among Japanese public. For instance, they trust the information from Japanese traditional media, such as newspaper, maintained a top position with, for instance, like 70% of the trust they enjoyed. So they've been enjoying. So I think at this moment, many people saying that the reality of if Japanese people tend to trust some authoritarian claims and legitimacy, it is not the like, you know, it is very much difficult for authoritarian regime to make Japanese public divide and blame the United States or antagonize the Japanese public opinion. But in the future, maybe the situation will be changed in coming years. For instance, lots of Japanese officials and researchers are now concerned about the Taiwan contingency. And it is said that during the crisis, lots of great deal of disinformation campaign spread also in Japan. So as national security, we need to develop very effective disinformation countermeasure. And also Japan can learn from other countries and regions, democracies such as the United States, Taiwan, to develop countermeasure of disinformation.
Thank you very much for your answers and elaboration on countermeasures of disinformation in Japan, and also proposing collaboration between democracies. We really don't have a lot of time left, so if the panelists, do you have any last thoughts to leave with the audience before I close the panel discussion? Anyone? Oh, I see a hand in the back. Eric?
Yes. This is Eric from the Project 2049 Institute. So thank you for everyone for these fantastic remarks. We heard a lot about legislation, oversight, more punitive measures. And then Dr. Diamond talked about how in civil society people should be kind of more proactive in their understanding of situations. So I'd like to hear about what incentive structures can be built to kind of build resilience within civil society and this urge to either tackle disinformation or prevent it alongside these punitive and legislative measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Is your question for Professor Diamond or any of our panelists?
Well, I can start.
Okay.
I think that a lot of civil society organizations, I think, have the incentive or, would like to save their democracy, but they don't have the content, they don't have the means, they don't have the tools. And I think we really need to have, we've started doing this a little bit in our Global Digital Policy Incubator with emerging democracies to try and give civil society leaders the tools and understanding to be vigilant and proactive in this sphere. And I think drawing them together in networks is very important. If we can turn the corner on COVID, at least somewhat, the next meeting of the World Assembly of Democracy that's sponsored by the National Endowment for Democracy is supposed to be in Taiwan about, 11 or 12 months from now. And these are the kind of forums, international gatherings, where civil society meets, and I really think could accomplish a lot in developing the tools and strategies and techniques that they share with one another for recognizing this. And I just want to underscore so that it doesn't get lost. I think the whole challenge of education for democracy, certainly in the United States, but I sense in other democracies as well, of both a normative and operational, as a normative and operational endeavor, has really eroded. We just take for granted that young people will become citizens by just living in it, absorbing it, and maybe occasionally studying their 3 or more branches of government. But that's not enough. And in the digital age, both young people in the schools and citizens who've never been exposed to this, they really need very, very systematic instruction in the tools and traps of disinformation and how to navigate around it and how to verify and why they should be skeptical about what they read on the internet and how they can double check outside the rat hole of just clicking on one thing after another, and why they shouldn't be passive and let YouTube decide what they should watch next. So this is not just a kind of throwaway line and, oh, we need more civic education. We need a massive, well-conceived effort to inoculate our society against these dangers.
Thank you very much, Professor Diamond, for your thoughts. We really very much look forward to the World Movement for Democracy General Assembly coming to Taipei towards the end of year next year. And as their co-partners, the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy, we really look forward to hosting you and other civil society members in Taipei in October of 2022.
Okay.
Yes. So we don't have much time left, so time is up. I just wanted to also mention that civil society members in Taiwan also really are doing a lot on their own to educate the public. For example, the Double Think Lab that Professor Shen is the chairman of, they have an education program to educate citizens on information literacy. So we're all working together to trying to build a better democracy for our countries and for countries around the world. So please join me to thank the 3 panelists for their wonderful presentation. And I'm wrapping up this panel. Thank you so much for listening.
Many thanks to all of our panelists for their valuable insights, and also thanks to Dr. Katie Chen for moderating this session. Thank you very much, and please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to take a 10 minutes break for you, and the next session will begin at 11:40. So please be aware of the time so we can start the next session on time. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is going to start, so please return to your seat. Thank you. The panel discussion 3 is going to start. So ladies and gentlemen, please come back here and return to your seat. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back to the forum. We'll move on to panel discussion 3, the democratic supply chain and existing global trade system, collision and coexistence. And now please welcome our moderator, President of the Prospect Foundation, Dr. Lai, and panelist, Professor Tsai Ming-Fang. And okay, now I'll turn the floor to our moderator, Dr. Lai, please.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again. It's me again here for today. And this is the session regarding the supply chain security safety and also its relationship with the existing global trade system. I think the pandemic sort of highlight the issue about the supply chain safety, in which that people started to realize that the production concentrate too much on one places, very much could be vulnerable should that place been under the certain contingencies. So the pandemic itself highlight the issue, drive home the point about that, especially when China become the global manufacturers, global factories. Then the problem within China, when that happened, that the global supply chain will be affected. But there is also another ongoing trend parallel to that. It was about supply chain security, in which the how to build a trusted supply chain, that is very important. But then those two concepts, in comparison with the normal or orthodox economic discussion of the day that we have, which focus on the cost and trying to get the production through the relative low cost and to streamline the whole supply chain development. Then what we found out is that the supply chain security and safety requirement and the economic logic about for the low cost has its own contradictions. But of course, there's also could harmonize the two together. So the session is about the discussion on those important issues. And today, we are very glad to have three distinguished panelists. The first one on my left-hand side is Professor Tsai Ming-Fang. He is the Department of Industrial Economics from Tankang University. And second, he will be followed by the Mr. Martin Ressers. Dr. Martin Ressers, Martin Ressers, is Senior Fellow and Director in Technology and National Security Program for the Center of New American Security. And the third panelist is Dr. Fukunari Kimura. He's a professor and a faculty of economics at the Keio University and also the chief economist at Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, ERIA. So without further ado, Dr. Tsai Ming-Fang, please.
Thank you, Dr. Yi-Song, nice introduction and the invitation. I'm very happy to join this dialogue. And today I want to emphasize some coalition and the coexistence between the democratic supply chain and the existing global trade system. Actually, I think because the global trade system today is is depending too much on China. So I want to change the title. You can say the democratic supply chain and the China. So there exist many coalitions between the democratic supply chain and the existing global trade system. First, I think the most important is the human right, or the Uyghur human rights in China. This is because we always ignore the human right, and so in China, we know that many people they have the low wage, and the labor environment is not good. So if we can increase the wage, and if we can improve the labor environment, the total production cost will increase. So if the total production cost increase, then we know we can emphasize the human rights importance, the labor rights importance. So if we know the human rights importance, and then the coalition is the democratic supply chain. The democracy emphasize the importance of the human right. Okay, so if we can have a reasonable wage rate, and then you can reflect the human right. Okay, and the third is just as the Dr. Yi Zhongrai mentioned. Now, because if we want to develop a democratic supply chain, we need to pay the cost for supply chain restructuring. Yeah, so the costs include you need to find another security place, or you must find another. You must emphasize the importance of the cybersecurity. The cybersecurity, you should pay the cost. And in China, if you emphasize the importance of the cybersecurity, I think the cybersecurity in China, they never noticed this issue. Okay, so an increase in the total in the production cost, I think, is another correlation between the democratic supply chain and the existing global trade systems. Okay, so in the democratic supply chain, many people they scared if we do the supply chain restructuring. They for example, in a Taiwanese firm, they should pay more cost. But so if you should pay more cost, and then they scare that the economic competitiveness will become low. But actually, we should rethink an important issue is the price of the low price. The low price, why we can enjoy the low price? Because we ignore the importance of the human right. Why we can buy a low price of a cloth from many manufacturing goods. This is because many people ignore the Uyghurs' human right. Okay, so if we emphasize the importance of the democracy, you should pay the cost. If you think this is very important, and then you will reject the product from the Xinjiang or the product from the China. Okay, so I think there is no such things as a free lunch. This is because when you do everything, you should pay the opportunity cost. So if we enjoy the low price, so who pay the opportunity cost? I think now is the China's people, not China's government. Okay, so when you analyze the democratic supply chain, between the analysis of democratic supply chain and the economic and the global system, we should rethink the difference between the monetary benefits and the non-monetary benefits. If the democracy countries think the democratic supply chain is very important, I think these countries cannot only seek the benefits, they also should pay more attention on the human rights. Okay, and finally, the democratic supply chain and between the democratic supply chain and the existing global trade system, I think three factors can make the global trade system sustainable. Which three factors? The first is the fair trade. I think the Trump always emphasized the importance of the fair trade, because only the fair trade, and then we can have the free trade. Because the fair trade, you can make everyone can decide, can join the price decision. So include the friends and the consumers, they can have the fair position, can decide the price. So this is the Adam Smith emphasized the importance of the invisible hand. And the second is the transparency. I think the transparency is also very important. In the democratic country, I think the transparency is very common. But in China, the transparency is not so common. This is because we know that the data, like the data fraud, or if you make any decision, it's based on the wrong data source, and then you must make the wrong decision. So why many foreign countries, they invest, when the foreign countries invest China, they make many losses. This is because they see the wrong data source. Okay, so now many people, they always discuss when the Chinese the GDP in China will succeed, will succeed the USA, or will be larger than the USA GDP. I think it's not any meaningful. This is because do you know the real data in China economy? If you don't know any real data, and you cannot make this conclusion. Okay, and the third factor, I think, is the reliance. The reliance is very important because we know that now the China, they follow the rule of the man or rule of the sea, and the democratic supply chain, they follow the rule of the law. This is a major difference between the democratic supply chain and the global trade system, and the existing global trade system. So if we can have the transparency, and you can have the reliance to the investors. So I think, sorry, I think in the reliance, now if we want to have a democratic supply chain, if we want to make the existing global trade system sustainable, we should have follow the three factors, and then we can have attract more FDI. just as like the Taiwan, because our data is transparency. Our data is, I think, our government is reliable. Okay, and in Taiwan, I think we follow the fair trade, and we really follow the rule of the free trade. So I think that Taiwan is an important member in the future democratic supply chain. And finally, if you think the ESG is very important. ESG means the environment and the social and the governance. The governments, I think everybody know, the Xi Jinping now just promote the common prosperity. The common prosperity is the rule of the sea, it's not rule of the law. So it's not follow the ESG. And if the China cannot cannot emphasize the importance of the global warming, and then if you continue to trade with China, I think the trade pattern does not also follow the ESG. Okay, that's today I think between the coexistence and the collision and the coexistence between the democratic supply chain and the existing global trade system. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tsai Ming-Fang, for your remarks. Professor Tsai Ming-Fang talks about, I think he particularly talked about the democratic supply chain, in which he like to include the elements of human rights as well as other value-based system as one of the criteria to establish the kind of supply chain, or the requirement for the supply chain to respect those values. It just makes me think about in the past when Taiwan were talking about the Taiwan investment in China, the former Secretary General Presidential Office, Professor Chen Shimeng, once talked about the national security tax. 国安税, national security tax regarding that, because what happened if those businessmen and the result and the cost is going to be the state need to come out and assist about what's happening to them. So I think this is something that's worthy to explore more. And next, I'd like to invite Dr. Majen Rassers, Senior Fellow and Director, Technology and National Security Program for the CNAS. Dr. Rasser, please.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Lai, and it's a real pleasure to be here with Dr. Tsai and Dr. Kimura for this important discussion. So what I thought I would do is start off with talking a little bit about how I'm thinking about what national security means in this context. And then I'll give two specific examples of how that applies to specific supply chains, but I think they would apply equally to the examples that Dr. Tsai just gave. So for one, I believe that national security must be redefined for this era of strategic competition, right? So this is a competition centered on technology, how technologies are developed, protected, and applied. And technology-leading countries will gain economic power, political power, and military strength. Those countries will then also determine how technologies are used. And so traditional constructs of society require a rethink as a result. So what were once conceived of as separate areas of focus, such as security for energy, food, climate, and military technologies, should instead be considered as part of a single multidimensional national security. And I see four developments as to why this is necessary. So one is the fundamental linkage between national security and economic security. And there's a few examples of major geopolitical entities that are thinking along these lines. And so the once distinct boundaries between economic and national security have very much dissipated over the years. One example is the United States, where the 2017 National Security Strategy made the distinct statement that economic security is national security. European Union leaders have outlined a vision of strategic autonomy and digital sovereignty to secure its long-term interests and competitiveness. And of course, China's President Xi Jinping has declared that scientific and technological competition is the main battleground of global power rivalry. So too is the growing clout of the private sector in critical infrastructure and technological innovation. The infrastructure required to keep society running and militaries operating, power, transport, communications is increasingly controlled by corporation and thus outside the direct purview of national governments. So the role of the private sector is set to grow even further as it's increasingly responsible for developing the technologies, enabling the maintenance, upgrades, and overhaul of this infrastructure. 3 is that the norms and standards for technology use are more and more impacting all facets of society. Social media are an effective vector for disinformation campaigns designed to aggravate societal fissures and tarnish the legitimacy of democratic institutions. Regulations on surveillance technology are needed to strike the balance between internal security and safeguarding personal liberties, and norms to promote a free and open cyberspace, particularly to establish an enforceable rules-based order in cyberspace, will be necessary to establish a sound foundation for realistic cybersecurity. 4, emerging technologies are going to be essential to addressing long-term societal challenges such as food security and climate change. And as these challenges are inextricably linked to countries' long-term health and prosperity, they should be considered as elemental to national security. So a redefined national security for this period of technological competition should be rooted in the goal to empower its citizens, compete economically, and secure its national interests without having to compromise its values and sovereignty. And that's why this discussion about supply chains is so important, because I think we're all seeing now that the pendulum of globalization has swung too far in one direction, where we are all too reliant on single sources for key inputs in our economies and our national security interests. And one of these countries that features so prominently, of course, is China, an autocratic nation of revisionist power whose long-term vision and goals is very much at odds of that of the democratic countries of the world. And so there are 2 examples of key supply chains that I want to provide you that both underscore the importance of addressing these vulnerabilities, but also pointing to how complex and intricate the supply chain problem is and the types of things that we have to think about in order to address these problems. Now, the first example I give you is more straightforward and more simple than many of the other supply chain issues, and that's pertaining to rare earth elements and critical minerals. So here the problem is straightforward in the sense that there's plenty of deposits of these minerals around the world. The problem is primarily that we are highly dependent on China for processing these materials and producing end products such as the magnets that we need for our electric vehicles and medical equipment and a lot of our defense items. So of course, what needs to happen in order to address those vulnerabilities is to have a group of like-minded countries agree to work together to open up new mines, establish new processing facilities. But there's an additional step that needs to be taken, and this points to a new form of industrial policy that a lot of countries have not dealt with or contemplated before. Because China is so dominant in this industry, if we're going to encourage companies in the like-minded democracies to enter this market space, we need to have some sort of government guarantee that we will have a financial safety net for them. Because inevitably what's going to happen as soon as Beijing sees economic competition from new entrants into the market, they're going to artificially drive down the prices, just as they have with aluminum and steel and solar panels. And this is why the supply chain problem is so difficult, because it's not just a matter of remapping. There's also a rethink in the types of industrial policies that our governments have to be willing to take in order to make it sustainable. A much more difficult example is that of semiconductors. And here, of course, Taiwan plays such an integral role in making this a reality. Taiwan, of course, dominates semiconductor fabrication, particularly at the leading edge. But at the same time, there's other key players, right? The United States is dominant in semiconductor design. The Dutch firm ASML has the leading source of EUV lithography equipment, and Japan and South Korea are very important players in and of their own rights. So here, in order to successfully remap semiconductor supply chains in a manner that is effective, this requires a very delicate and strategic partnership amongst the leading countries in this field. And that in and of itself is much more difficult to do. And in order to have a constructive dialogue on what it takes to make these supply chains truly democratic and truly viable is going to require a level of cooperation and collaboration that, frankly, we have not seen before in the realm of technology. These are the types of discussions that we need to be having now, and I commend the Prospect Foundation for hosting this event in order for us to have this initial dialogue on how we can make this happen, because it's such an important problem. And frankly, if we don't address it credibly and urgently, we're going to face a very difficult time in the coming decades as we face a rising China who's very much eager to dominate all these technology spaces that we're talking about and take advantage of the fact that they have this control over these supply chains. And so with that, I will turn it over back to you, Dr. Lai. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Resser, for your remarks, and especially you broadened the concept about national security to other forms of the security, including the economic security. And so that we will go through that. And next, I will invite Professor Fukunari Kimura from the Keio University for your remarks. Professor Kimura, please.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. It's great pleasure for me to be invited here. Thank you very much. I'm an economist, particularly the trade economist. So I like to talk about the geographical tension and the supply chain issues from the viewpoint of private sector. You know that Japan is probably perceived geographical tension a bit less compared with in Taiwan, I guess, but private sector is really worrying about what's going on in with the geographical tension. So how they would deal with that, and how the government would respond. Actually, government response may not be quite adequate from the viewpoint of private sector. So I like to talk about these issues. Factory Asia is actually having three kinds of challenges. Those are interrelated, but all of them are pretty serious in the short run and also in the long run. COVID-19, geopolitical tension, digital technology, and environmental concern. So if we pick up geopolitical tension, so that started out with a relatively simplistic tariff war, but now coming into confrontation between superpowers, or maybe sort of tension between the different political regime. so then the other side of the coin is the weakening of the rule-based trading regime from the viewpoint of private sector. But if we look at the economic links, the presence of China in trade seems to be even bigger, getting bigger through COVID-19 pandemic. So now, very recently, the Chinese economy seems to be slowing down to some extent. But if you look at the trade statistics and others, and also the performance of Japanese affiliates in China, actually China is still an important business partner for many firms in Japan, in the US too, and also in Taiwan too. So private sector thinks that decoupling is likely to be partial at the end. So how they can seek a sort of degree of freedom in their business, and that's sort of a great concern for them. So how to set the scope of decoupling and keep the free and predictable trading regime. So it's not just a sort of average barriers, height of barriers, but a very important thing is reducing uncertainty for the private sector. How politics can do that really would affect the future of supply chains in Asia. So from the viewpoint of a Japanese private sector, I think that there are three different layers in terms of trade and investment with national security. The first tier is relatively well-defined, trade or investment explicitly connected with hardcore national security. That would include, say, export control and others. So Western arrangement and others are there. So those are relatively well defined. So we have, for Japanese, we had a very bitter memory of Toshiba Kongsberg scandal in 1989, 87. And also very recently, we had a Korean case. But so I think we have to make this very straight and do these kind of basic obligation. So that's number one. Number two, try to avoid or reduce policy risks coming from China. Say industries and firms with sensitive technologies using rare earth or some of the personal protective equipment. Actually, those are already going out of China to some extent. So some limited scope of decoupling is already going on. So certainly a private sector is very sensitive for the balance between the efficiency or cost versus risk management. So that's their own decision in many cases that whether or not they would stay in China or keeping business with China or not. So so we have some distance from China, but still very close to China. So I think we are having ASEAN +1 strategy for a long time already. So the operation in China and operation in other parts of the world, including ASEAN, are I think pretty much decoupled already. So that's really needed here. So for number two, certainly we have to make a judgment by our own judgment. And so mostly by private judgment, we are doing this. And we have some push coming from the government to make these subsidies for reshoring and relocation. But the subsidies are not quite important in quantity, actually. So probably the very important role for the government is to provide proper information for the private sector to make a judgment. The third one, we have to go with the US. This part is a little bit tricky for our private sector. So definition of national security and sensitive technologies has been expanded, and also the borderline is blurred, partially intentionally. So linked to hardcore security, that's relatively easy to think of. But once we talk about technology competition, then what's the borderline of that there? Human rights. Yeah, Xinjiang's case is obvious in a sense, but we would have much more borderline cases in the future that generates a lot of uncertainty for the private sector. The another is alliance relationship. Certainly, Japanese really think much of the alliance relationship with the U.S., but the U.S. policy is not quite understandable sometimes, even for Japanese. And then whether or not we would follow the U.S. or not, we have to make a judgment from the viewpoint of the government, and that generates uncertainty for private sector. So private companies would like to know the scope of decoupling, but so the politics does not really allow to do that perfectly. The last point, I think I'd like to talk about the mega FTAs a little bit. We do not have much too big hope for mega FTAs, of course. But in the past 5 years, I think probably we are expanding the role of mega FTAs. In the past, we are just talking about further liberalization and the international rule making. But recently, we emphasized the possible function of mega FTAs for reducing policy risks and for defending the rule-based trading regime. So in the case of RCEP, for example, the liberalization level was low, the international rule-making role is sort of minimal, but the last two roles could be important for RCEP. In RCEP, China is there, and we have annual ministerial meeting, and we have a committee and subcommittees under that. So it's a sort of ASEAN type structure, institutional structure. At least we can have chances to talk with China directly if we have some sort of uneasy policy risks coming from China, for example. So, and also in case of CPTPP now, neither the US nor China is a member, but in the middle powers in between, we have a sort of a gathering for trying to defend the rule-based trading regime. So I think those are going to be more and more important in, when we talk about the role of mega FTAs. In case of CPTPP accession, maybe you are following the news too. For the UK, the process is going on. We are still talking about many things are heard, but the negotiation is going on very actively. In case of China, a formal request came on September 16th, for Taiwan, September 22nd. And then recently, I had some information on the Chinese side that actually my judgment so far is that the preparation level of China does not seem to be enough. It may not even reach the decision to commence the process. So one is a sort of a setting of negotiation. That's an accession negotiation rather than setting up a new agreement. So the new entrant would have some sort of harsh, difficult, giving a full scale of requests. And also in terms of contents, SOEs, labor, e-commerce, and also liberalization, including government procurement, I think pretty difficult for China to meet the requirements. And also politics are certainly a little bit more complicated. So I think that would come recently. So I hope that we would have some sort of soft landing, just take time, and everybody would forget about China's application. That's the best solution, I think. But that may not be the case. So what could Taiwan do on this issue? I think that's one thing that maybe we can talk about. Then we'd like to know what the US would do for Asia. I think a lot of uncertainty is coming from the US now. Indo-Pacific idea, I think so far we have very weak economic basis, and it doesn't make sense not to include, if not including ASEAN, how we can set up a sort of a structure. Everything is uncertain. So we'd like to see what's going on at the front of a mega FTA formation too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kimura-san, for your remarks. And the issue you are talking about, the supply chain, especially regarding how China, and that also later on about your description regarding the future of the mega FTA. Those are worthy of the further discussions. So right now we are open for the question from the floor. Right now I do not have any question from the online audience. So anyone on the floor would like to ask questions, right now is your opportunity. Is Eric again? All right, you make yourself known. Yes, go ahead, Eric.
Yes, this is Eric again. Well, thank you for all the panelists for the fantastic questions. This is an important topic. The Project 2049 Institute is heavily engaged in this issue broadly, you know, especially looking at U.S.-Taiwan defense industrial cooperation and supply chain security, working on that with our Taiwan partners. So this is a very important topic for us. You know, talking about supply chain security, you know, looking at two areas, or looking at resiliency in particular, and the critical role that Taiwan plays, as Mr. Rasser pointed out. You know, two questions I wanted to pose to the panel is, first, on existing supply chains, Taiwan doesn't have a security clearance system like the US does, or Japan in some pockets. And I see that as a barrier for some industry or more sensitive technologies, especially when you kind of go into the military or defense equipment side of it. So for a security clearance system, what are the barriers to overcome that in Taiwan, and potentially how would that impact supply chain security broadly with, for example, or supply chain resiliency with the United States and Japan? And the second part is how to leverage existing Taiwan technologies into the supply chains of tomorrow. What are the opportunities and challenges for future supply chain resiliency and security? Thank you.
Okay, so Eric, I think your question about the first one is actually about the what are going to be the governmental adjustment or reform in order to address the security issues there. Is that, am I rephrasing your question correct?
Yeah, yes. I guess kind of especially looking at the challenges that are there, because I think that these conversations have been brought up, but there's a gap between discussing it or having a strategy to implementation. What are the challenges that Taiwan needs to overcome in order to get to, for example, having a security clearance system that, you know, in the same vein that the United States has, broadly speaking, for government and industry?
All right, I think those are tough questions, and probably they are aiming at our Taiwan's panelists. Try to answer the best you can. Of course, I know you're not from the government, and you are not entitled to answer them as on behalf of the government, but you can raise your own perspective and suggestion. Dr. Tsai?
Okay, I think if we want to increase the supply chain security, I think the most important is just as our government always emphasize that we need more firms become larger, become stronger, and these firms can develop another supply chain. It means that in Taiwan, if we have many supply chains, not only concentrated on the semiconductor supply chain, we can have another supply chain, like we can have another cybersecurity equivalent supply chain, or we can have another cross supply chain. And if we can have many supply chains, and these supply chains will become a network of a supply chain, so we can try to establish the network of of the supply chain security. So I think it's a tough question, but we can just try, just do it, and we can try to develop one or two industry and make our firms become larger. And then I think many foreign countries also want to try to cooperate with Taiwan. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tsai. I believe that what the Eric said and also indicated that in order for Taiwan to be a part of the certain sectorial security supply chain, such as defense industry with the United States, some preparatory measure by Taiwan itself is mandatory. The security clearance system that we haven't really established. And also in order to establish this one, how could that be accommodated to our many of the manufacturers? They are the small and medium small size industry, which many of them they cannot afford the kind of the security clearance measures on their own, and because those are only the bigger enterprises, they are able to do that. So those are the issues that how the government will be able to do. So those are the challenges that we have. And next, I think I will just abuse my privilege as the moderator. I will pose the questions to all three of our panelists. The issue is something that's have been deep in my mind, thinking about, but I never got any clear answer for it, is that the supply chain security as well as supply chain safety, which supply chain safety sometimes has been the term as the resilience, supply chain resilience or supply chain diversification issues. But those two, they are when they started to become the focus of conversation as today, they were after many of the mega FTAs that established. So for example, the CPTPP or the TPP before that, RCEP and others, even the WTO discussions. When the economic agreement came out, the supply chain, which has a strong indication regarding industrial policies, that hasn't really been integrated into those agreements. So the issue is that, first of all, philosophically speaking, how are we able to tackle the challenge from others that the supply chain, although there's a national security concerns, but the implementation of it is actually another phase about the trying to penetrate, insert the kind of industrial policy into it, and how we're going to respond to those. The second issue is that are we able to? Is there any way that we could actually harmonize or streamline the requirement for the supply chain security as well as supply chain safety issues into the current FTA that at hand? How to make this one have FTA also be able to address the supply chain safety security issues through the articles or the agreement that existed in the FTA. I do know that, yes, USMCA to a certain extent addressed some. For example, about the non-market economy countries, how that required other countries to be informed or to be able to know beforehand. But generally, how the current FTA that is at hand that could also be asked to accommodate the requirement for this. So first, Dr. Tsai, please.
I think if we want to let the democratic supply chain make the democratic factor into the FTA, I think now the other chance is the Indo-Pacific economic framework. I think now, just as mentioned by the Japan panelists mentioned that the China also, the China and both the Taiwan and the China, they just want to join the CPTPP. But if the CPTPP allow the China to join the CPTPP, and then it must prove it the democratic supply chain will lose. Yeah. So if the CPTPP can just deny, not deny, if the CPTPP members can reject the China to join the CPTPP, and then they, this is the chance to prove that the CPTPP noticed that the democratic supply chain. Okay, so I think this is very, this is a tough question because the democratic, we need a cost. The cost, it means that the human rights or the labor right or the environment, if we want to have a good environment, if we want to have a healthy labor environment, both this good environment, we need to pay a huge cost. The huge cost will increase the production cost, and then it will reduce the economic competitiveness. Okay, so many people think there is a contradiction between the democratic supply chain and the FTA. But actually, in the economic theory, we often emphasize if we want to sell a free trade, you must guarantee the trade is fair. If the trade is fair, just as the Dr. Yizhong Lai mentioned, the democracy is very important. Okay, so we can expect the CPTPP, they can consider the importance of the democracy, but we cannot force them. We should continue to say to emphasize the importance of the democracy. Okay, that's my answer.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tsai. And then I will ask Dr. Resser, would you like to give us your thought about this?
Sure, absolutely. Well, I'm not a trade expert by any stretch, but my understanding of all these free trade agreements is that they're predicated on the status quo of global supply chains. And in order to craft what we're referring to as democratic supply chains, that's going to require a restructuring in order to introduce the resilience that we're looking for. So in order to do that, that would require a grouping of like-minded democratic nations to actually work together to remap those supply chains. And that, by my understanding, would have to take place outside of free trade agreements, and it would have to involve very close coordination amongst all those governments, but then, of course, also with the relevant stakeholders in industry that are directly affected by any type of restructuring of those supply chains. So in order to achieve true change in global supply chains such that we can ensure that they are democratic, that they are resilient, that they have the appropriate levels of security and some form of redundancy in them so that there's a surge capacity, that's going to require, I think, a whole new mechanism outside of the existing free trade agreements in order to make that happen. And that type of political will that's going to require is difficult to achieve, but also very necessary. So I would encourage the governments of the tech-leading democracies to include Taiwan, the allies in the Indo-Pacific, Europe, and North America to have those discussions now about how to best achieve that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Resser. And then I'd like to invite Dr. Kimura about this issue.
Yeah, so from the viewpoint of trade economists, international trade commercial policies, including FTAs or even WTO, I think international trade commercial policies do not deal with democracy or national security directly. So basically talking about economic efficiency, and then the private sector can do anything within the rule. I think that's the basic structure over there. But certainly national security is very, very important. That's a sort of different value. Because of that, we have in GATT, we have Article 21 that is trying to reconcile two different values, economic efficiency and national security. But in GATT 21, Article 21, actually, whether or not some sort of policy measures taken by a certain country is for national security or not, and that is really justifiable or not, that is going to be pretty much self-judgment. So that's GATT Article 21. So that's why we have a sort of conflict over there, that there's a private sector would like to do everything, but national security side, the definition of national security is blurred. So that's why we are having a sort of weakening of rule-based trading regime. So that started in many countries, including the US, actually. So we have Section 232 talking about trade restriction and others based on the national security reasons, say steel products, aluminum products, and even possibly automobiles under national security concern. I think that's from a viewpoint of common sense of trade economies, that is too far. But certainly we have some sort of really sensitive products, certainly so. So we really have to set some sort of borderline over there. That's the issue in international commercial policies right now. For CPTPP, CPTPP does not ask a political system directly. Does not require anything for democracy directly. But we have a labor chapter over there, and then the applicants should obey the ILO declaration. That includes the prohibition of forced labor and also child labor too. So in case of China, possibly they cannot really clear the labor chapter because of that. That's a sort of background. So I think, yeah, for the first question, sort of a security clearance system, particularly directly related to national security, I think that's extremely important. So we have Wassenaar Convention and other related conventions talking about, say, materials and parts and components and others potentially used for some weapons and others. We have a sort of export control and other things. Certainly, that's a sort of minimum that we really have to reconcile, get a sort of reconciliation between economic logic in international commercial policies and national security concern. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kimura-san. You mentioned about Wassenaar Agreement. That just reminds me that this agreement that was sort of dinosaur during the Cold War era. Right now, that it reminds people that the China is still a communist party of the Marxism, so that the Wassenaar Agreement at that time that it was designed during that era, right now seems to have this application in today's world as well. Probably we have the time for just one question, if not from the floor. Well, let me ask again, but this time for our Japan and friends from the United States. For Dr. Rasner, I think when you earlier in your comment talk about the economic security and the national security, and there was a, you can say that's outdated assertion that the people argue that when the closer economic engagement between the countries will make those countries less likely to engage in war. And by extension, that they argue that the kind of the frequent economic cooperation will improve the national security, particularly with your enemy. or the country that have a threat against you. Because you trade more, you engage more, then that country probably will not do that much harm against you. Those were the argument in the past. But right now, I do not know that when if the argument like this resurface, what is your answer about it? And for Professor Kimura-san, the issue about the China, Japan, and Taiwan in terms of the trade, I remember 20 years ago, when Japan's company come to Taiwan and talk about the issue, they were thinking about how Taiwan could be the window or model for them, for Japan's company to being able to engage in China, because that was the time that the Taiwan business was considered to have the kind of magic wand to be able to go through all the very difficult negotiating within China and get profit there. So that was the period back then. And now it seems that the whole atmosphere is very different. But then how would those Japanese companies look at Taiwan businessmen in China? And at that time that Taiwan was considered to be the window for Japan to learn or to copy about the business behavior in China. If right now the whole atmosphere is different, how would the Japanese company look at Taiwan in terms of the Japan's trade relation with China? So 2 questions. First, Dr. Rasser, please.
Well, great. Well, thank you. Yeah, I think clearly the notion that China would, liberalize and open up and slowly become more democratic as it was integrated in the global economic system did not happen. And in fact, the opposite has happened. And yeah, in part, that is wishful thinking, right? There's always this notion that greater integration, economic integration would lead to closer alignment on a whole host of issues, but just as it did not happen with China in the late 20th and early 21st century, the same thing happened with the British Empire and Germany in the early 20th century. I do think, however, that when it comes to like-mindedness in terms of values, political ideology, that yes, greater economic integration does indeed help. The European Union is a good example, and I think the same reason why the United States is looking to integrate more closely through new international groupings such as the Quad and AUKUS. Those types of relationships do in fact help because they are like-minded democracies. Now, granted, they're still very different countries, of course, but that foundation of political values and democratic ideals, that does a lot to unify, and that's going to be the focus area right now. Ultimately, yes, in retrospect, allowing China to join the WTO, it ended up being wishful thinking, which is unfortunate, but at least relevant policymakers are fully cognizant of that issue now and are taking action to make sure that our collective futures will be more secure by taking the action necessary to at least partially decouple, but also make sure that our economic competitiveness is such that we can have an effective counterbalance to what China is doing, not just within its own borders, but around the world.
Thank you, Dr. Rasser. And Dr. Kimura?
Yeah, certainly in the 1990s and early 2000s, Japanese firms were a sort of infant stage of coming into Chinese market. So in many industries, probably Japanese firms get very important information or help coming from Taiwanese companies. But certainly after that, there are many factories, offices, and anything of Japan inside China right now. So they are gaining their own experience to some extent. But still, I think that the business links between Japanese and the Taiwanese companies, particularly machinery industries, is very tight. So I think it's very important business partners still. And so that is our direct trade and investment. At the same time, say activities in ASEAN and other places too. So I think for Japanese businesses, still Taiwan is very, very important.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Kimura, for your remarks. And since the time is up, so I just conclude this session, and let us all thank our three panelists for their insightful remarks and very penetrating the issues of their concern. Thank you very much.
All right, many thanks to all of our panelists, and special thanks to Dr. Lai for moderating this session for us. Please return to your seat. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, we believe this event really gave us an opportunity to engage in deep exchange of opinions on the democratic agenda for the next generation. And I want to thank all of our speakers today once again for the valuable input through the dialogue. Okay, and now we're moving on to the closing ceremony. And it's also our honor to have two distinguished guests who would like to pay their tribute to the meeting today and all guests. So firstly, let's invite Ambassador Ken Ichiro Sasai, President of the Japan Institute of International Affairs, for delivering the closing address. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Japan Institute of International Affairs, I'd like to thank our co-host, the Prospect Foundation of Taiwan and Chairman Tan Sun-Chen, and President Yi Chun-lai, and the Center for New American Security, and Ms. Lisa Curtis. It is our pleasure to contribute to this trilateral dialogue for 2 consecutive years. The Biden administration hosted the virtual summit for democracy last week, and both Japan and Taiwan participated. Japan, Taiwan, and the United States all share the vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific, and the liberal and democratic norms and values are the backbone of the regional order. Today, members of the parliament and distinguished scholars from 3 democracies discussed how we can improve the lives of the people by addressing the challenges we face today, such as human rights, abuses, corruptions, foreign electoral interventions, and digital authoritarianism. They also showed how to fight against a global pandemic, the climate crisis, supply chain disruptions, and protectionism. More importantly, today's dialogue demonstrated our commitment to the peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and the entire region amid the rising tension between democracy and authoritarianism. One of the Winston Churchill's famous quotes is that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all others. And as President Biden stated, no democracy is perfect, and no democracy is ever final. It is indeed important for leaders from government, civil society, and the private sector to set forth an affirmative agenda for democratic renewal and to tackle the greatest threats faced by the democracy today through collective or individual actions. I'm sure today's trilateral dialogue played an important role to further legitimize the vision of the free and open Indo-Pacific region. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, many thanks to Ambassador Ken Ichiro. And next, we're honored to invite Ms. Lisa Curtis, Senior Fellow and Director of Indo-Pacific Security Program, Center for a New American Security, to give us another closing remarks. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Lisa Curtis, and I'm the Director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for a New American Security. On behalf of CNAS, I would like to thank our colleagues at the Japan Institute of International Affairs and the Prospect Foundation for helping us put together this important and timely event. I would also like to thank the esteemed panelists and speakers who took time out of their busy schedules to engage on a diverse set of critically important issues. I know your collective insight was invaluable and contributed to an enriching discussion. As three vital Indo-Pacific democracies, the advancement of a free and open Indo-Pacific will be contingent on robust, innovative, and productive cooperation between Japan, Taiwan, and the United States. Tremendous progress is being made on this front, and today's dialogue is testament to that progress. Japan, Taiwan, U.S. trilateral cooperation flows from our shared values, democratic practices, and the stakes each of us have in maintaining the rules-based order that has enabled decades of peace and prosperity across this vital region. The theme of this year's dialogue, Mapping the Democratic Agenda for the Next Generation, shows that our engagement is forward-looking and is not about what we are against, but what we are for. Whether that is constructive dialogue between our lawmakers, ensuring that the digital future is democratic, making supply chains more resilient, or preserving an open and fair global trading system. I look forward to future cooperation. I firmly believe that continued trilateral discussions, such as those held today, are essential to articulating an affirmative, positive agenda for the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Thank you again for joining us today.
Okay, many thanks to the closing inputs from the two distinguished guests. And last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Lai Yizhong once again to come up to the stage for closing remarks. Now, please welcome.
I think I should stand here. Yeah, it's me again at the fourth times. So you see enough of me. I'm probably the only person up between you and your lunch. So I just make it short. First of all, today you could see the whole program design is to center on two major themes and two issues we believe that is very important for the next generation for Taiwan's sustained democracy as well as the democratic sustainable future. The one thing is about the digital. How are we able to meet the challenge of democracy in the digital era? There are deep philosophical questions that need to be tackled, such as personal freedom, the privacy. How does that mean in the digital era? And especially when the people are used to enjoy the convenience as well as safety through those digital means. Then the problem about the individual freedom as well as privacy, that becomes a pressing issue, especially if it falls to the hand of the wrong person. But then who can decide who is the right person and who is the wrong person? The next is about the economic front, in which when people talk about the resilience, about the supply chain, security, and we are thinking about how that can be implemented in today's trading system. And definitely, just by our panelists, when they discuss today, we can find out that actually today's trading system, this cannot really solve or trying to address this issue. And even some panelists are suggesting that it has to be done outside of the current trading system. And that is one of the issue that we take home, because it means that we have a future challenge and also how to make the future trade agreement, if that is going to be possible. That could also meet the requirement of the security that we are facing today. So that finally, I'd just like to take you to see. I'm sorry that we do not have. I'd like to have the digest, the picture. Yeah. Just take away on me, but okay. You see here. Year 2018, we have Quad, right? Year 2021, this year, we have AUKUS. And I'm hoping and we're hoping that when we talk about Taiwan-Japan-US cooperation for such a long time, we have all the dialogue and discussions. We were hoping that TIJUS, and probably later on, also other countries will join in. TIJUS will become the norm as we're talking about the regional cooperation of the day. So that, thank you very much. And later on, we still have another insightful remarks in your lunch by the former National Security Advisor of the United States, Robert O'Brien. So please enjoy and also relax. Thank you very much.
All right, please give it up for Dr. Lai for the closing remarks, and also thanks to Dr. Lai for accompanying with us in the whole event. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we officially conclude the forum today. Afterwards, I would like to invite everyone to join the luncheon on the 4th floor with us. Regarding the seat arrangement, you will be seated according to the sticker on your badge. But if you don't find any, just please feel free to take a seat. Okay, thank you everyone for joining us today, and see you soon.
Greetings from Washington, D.C. Good morning to those of you who are watching in Asia, and good afternoon and good evening to those of you who are watching in the Eastern Pacific here in the United States. I look forward to the time that we can get together in person, and we're not doing these conferences by video and Zoom, but in the meantime, I'm grateful for the technology that allows us to gather and talk about the important issues that are on the agenda for this dialogue. I want to compliment the conference organizers, especially Dr. Tan Sun Chen, for putting together a terrific agenda. And what a privilege it is for me to be on the same podium with President Tsai Ing-wen and the great Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and our Senator from Tennessee, Bill Hagerty. They're all good friends and they're all great leaders. They've been joined by many of the leading scholars and political figures in the region for whom I have great respect. Every day, it seems that global challenges are multiplying and threats to peace and security, as well as democracy and freedom, values that we hold dear, are increasing. As we speak, threats to Ukraine and Taiwan are in all of the world's headlines. Now more than ever, it is important for us to work together to uphold and secure our birthright of freedom. The theme for this conference's dialogue aptly states, mapping the democratic agenda for the next generation, for our children's future and for our grandchildren's future. Whether you define the Indo-Pacific as the territory from the Pacific to the Indian Ocean, or from California, where I was born and raised and live, all the way to Cape Town, in my wife's native South Africa, the region is made up of the most dynamic democracies, economies, and populations in the world. The key to sustaining our region's continued success is maintaining a free, open, and prosperous environment. We've now added the word prosperous to Prime Minister Abe's formulation of a free and open Indo-Pacific, and I hope he likes the addition. I think it's terrific. What does it mean when discussing the concept of a free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific? It's the rule of law. It's freedom of navigation of the seas and airways and highways. It's protecting open commerce and protecting open thinking and freedom of religion. It's guarding the sanctity of each nation's sovereignty. The nations of the Indo-Pacific that respect and promote these principles are all citizen-centric. They're not regime-centric governments, and many of them have even developed their own Indo-Pacific ideas and frameworks. Taiwan and Japan each have their policies. Taipei developed the new southbound policy, and Tokyo, as I mentioned, was the first to coin the term free and open Indo-Pacific. These policies, as with our United States Indo-Pacific strategy, which I declassified earlier this year, were not developed in a vacuum. They were formulated to counter China's growing influence and the increasingly aggressive and coercive behavior of the Chinese Communist Party. In economic, military, and political spheres, the CCP has been relentless. Against this threat, the nations of the Indo-Pacific must stand firm to maintain our sovereignty, freedom, and democratic values, or the next generation of people in our part of the world, and maybe the entire world, will live in a very different and a very darker place. Taiwan has an important role to play in our fight. Taiwan is a worthy contributor to the Indo-Pacific region and to the world. As you know, this year marks the 50th anniversary of UN Resolution 2758, the resolution that changed the occupancy of China's seat from Taipei to Beijing. There's been a great deal of commentary over Resolution 2758, given the anniversary, but I would like to zero in on a few specific points. Number one, 2758 changed the China seat. It did not exclude Taiwan from observing or even participating in UN organizations. But Beijing has extended extraordinary pressure on the UN and its specialized agencies and on other countries to exclude Taiwan from participation in key organizations. Not only is this inconsistent with the letter of the law, the resolution, but it's also dangerous. Taiwan has much to contribute in expertise and experience to these organizations, especially the specialized agencies. Examples are the WMO, ICAO, the FAO, and the WHO, to name a few. Taiwan, for example, did an outstanding job on fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. In the beginning of the outbreak, Taiwan was way ahead of other countries in countering the virus at home, but they were also extraordinary in their help to the world, particularly in exporting PPE around the world. President Tsai and Foreign Minister Wu even made sure that the White House received surgical masks. And when our supplies were low, our NSC Situation Room staff proudly wore masks that bore the emblem Made in Taiwan. So thank you, Taiwan, for helping even us out at the White House. So for Taiwan to be excluded from international organizations is dangerous. Taiwan deserves a place at the UN, and the world deserves to have Taiwan at the table. This is precisely why I and the Trump administration pushed hard for observer status for Taiwan. It appears that the Biden administration is continuing this policy, and I commend Secretary of State Tony Blinken and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan for pursuing this correct course. In addition to Beijing's pressure and propaganda aimed at the UN, China is also systematically working to coerce or entice 15 nations, now sadly 14 after the recent news from Nicaragua, who have held tightly to their recognition of Taiwan, to switch their diplomatic recognition from Taipei to Beijing. My colleagues and I worked very hard to support the Friends of Taiwan. Again, the current administration appears to be holding its ground on this issue as well. But this is a really tough issue, and it's going to take dedicated effort and the employment of substantial resources to make sure that Taiwan's friends remain on Taipei's side. These concerted efforts to isolate Taiwan are part of Beijing's larger strategy aimed at legitimizing China's ultimate control and domination of all of the Chinese diaspora, reunifying China by military force. Such conduct is unacceptable in the post-World War II era, whether the target is Ukraine, the Baltics, or Taiwan. Washington and Taipei must work quickly to deter a PRC attack on Taiwan. To that end, my colleague Alex Gray and I recently published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. And we recommended turning a strategy that would turn Taiwan into a porcupine. Porcupines, because of their quills, are unappetizing prey for the large predators and strong predators on the African savanna. And so how do we give Taiwan the right quills to make it unappetizing against the predator of the Communist Party of China? First, the U.S. and its allies should provide Taipei with significant quantities of the naval strike missile, an anti-ship weapon set to deploy on U.S. Navy littoral combat ships in the near future. These missiles can launch from sea or land, and they have a range of about 100 nautical miles. And a substantial number of them would severely threaten any Chinese amphibious force that sets sail to invade Taiwan. Fast and powerful, these missiles could move quickly across the island before and after landfall of a Chinese force to harass the first wave and interrupt reinforcements of PLA troops. Second, Taiwan should acquire quick-strike airdrop sea mines or other advanced sea mine technology from the U.S. Just knowledge that Taipei could, with U.S. assistance, create a denied access zone in the Taiwan Strait would hamstring any Chinese amphibious force, especially one relying heavily on converted ferries and commercial ships. This would certainly complicate the lives of Chinese planners. Third, Taiwan should equip strategic locations around the island with shoulder-fired Stinger missiles. Taiwan has more than 2,000 police stations. Each one of them could have one of the officers trained to use the Stinger missile and forward deploy those assets. China has dramatically expanded its helicopter fleet, and in recent years have practiced airborne assaults, claiming to be rehearsals for taking Taiwan using that helicopter fleet. Stinger missiles at every police station in Taiwan would blunt Beijing's helicopter fleet advantage and complicate air operations in the island's inland territory. Finally, Taiwan must improve its trained military reserve. There are many ways to do this. For instance, encouraging the establishment of shooting clubs, similar to those now popular in Eastern Europe, such as in Poland and the Baltics. Now, I know gun ownership is a complicated issue in Taiwan, but having an organized, trained, and equipped civilian corps willing to take up arms in the event of Chinese aggression is essential to Taiwan's defense, and again, would pose a significant challenge to PLA and PLA Navy planners. In addition to helping Taiwan with the platforms it requires to defend itself, the United States, Japan, and other nations of the Indo-Pacific and beyond, including in Europe, Africa, and South America, must partner with Taiwan. I am heartened to see small states like Lithuania and Somaliland and the Horn of Africa stand up to Chinese bullying and stand beside their friends in Taiwan. I see that there's an entire session on the agenda today for exploring the potential for additional U.S., Japan, Taiwan cooperation. And that's great news. I'm sure that session will lead to excellent policy proposals that can be pursued beyond this conference. I've spent a lot of time in Taiwan. It's a wonderful place with wonderful people. Taiwan's evolution to a truly democratic country over the past 30 years is an example to the world and something that we should all be proud of. We simply cannot let Taiwan go the way of Hong Kong. Whether our children and our children's children and the generations that come after them are able to enjoy the same free, open, and prosperous environment in the Indo-Pacific that we do today depends on how we act now to protect that freedom and our values. The nations of the Indo-Pacific must stand firm to maintain our way of life. That is a message that this conference sends to the world. So let us go forth from this conference with a renewed commitment to our task and with optimism in our hearts that we can make a difference and preserve freedom, liberty, and our democratic values in this great region. May God bless you. May God bless the peoples of the Indo-Pacific region, and may God bless America during this holiday season. Thank you very much.